Also, Twitch chat. If you want, you can say hi, YouTube. This is mostly for the VODs. And also, while the ad is running, for those of you who aren't seeing the ad, I just want to state this. If I seem kind of absent or busy right now, it's because I'm going to a lot of open houses and trying to get a mortgage. So I've been meeting with banks and touring apartments and doing things of that sort. It's part of the reason I got sick, probably, because I've been doing a little bit extra traveling to go see things. I desperately want to move away from where I live. I've lived here for too long. I don't want to rent because I'm tired of renting. My rent is finally getting to the point where it's high enough that it's actually just worth taking the extra hit for a couple $100s a month to just go get a mortgage and actually own the place that I'm throwing money into. So if you Prime sub, Twitch chat, you could use bits and cheer or tips, and YouTube chat, you can do whatever the heck you want over in the YouTube realms, such as becoming a member, or any of you could join my blog. That's what I'm trying to do right now. So every and any revenue right now is likely going to go towards a down payment on something. So thanks in advance, and shout outs to everybody assisting. And no, I'm not going to take Raid Shadow Legends sponsorships for that, or Hoyoverse, or any of that stuff. Then I would have to pay somebody to animate a thing. Sam. Hello Fresh? More like hello rotten food left in the lobby for 4 days. I'm looking at you, HelloFresh. That did actually happen earlier this year. Somebody got a HelloFresh delivery. It made it into the lobby of my apartment building and then never got picked up. And then we had like rotten shit in the lobby and it started to smell. It was a good time. You know, no offense. Have you heard of a grocery store? It's cheaper than HelloFresh. And if all you need is the instructions, well, you can download those on the internet for free. The PDF files are all there. You can just go download them. And it doesn't come with a shit ton of plastic waste. And every meal they delivered was rotten. Yikes. Rotten on arrival. ROA. Yeah, that's part of the reason I want to leave. Nearest McViewers. Love this anti-ad for HelloFresh. Do BetterHelp next. I don't know enough negative things about BetterHelp because I don't know anybody who's used BetterHelp, so I can't talk shit about BetterHelp. I just have personal experience and beef against HelloFresh. The only credit I can really give HelloFresh is that it has actually helped people learn how to cook. Like, I do know a few people who used HelloFresh during the pandemic specifically, and then canceled it, and now they just cook. Thanks for the $1. Tell us of this grocery store you speak of. Well, it's a store that you walk into that sells you produce. It's a beautiful thing. All right, let's jump into some dwarfs, shall we? I think that the Dwarf Redemption should be open. My goal for today is to get some main characters in this fort. I want these dwarves to do some exciting things so that we can have some dwarves that are named that are not the ones from the last fort. This is the same world as the Ghost Fort, so it's not the same world as my recent large videos. And the kind of intent for this fort is I want to fight back against the massive wall of goblin armies, because there's a lot of them. There's only one dwarven faction left in this world. Okay, then it is disabled. I'll enable it. There is only one dwarven faction left in this world. The rest are all gone. That or there was only ever one. Not sure. And my intent is to fight back against these goblins enough to give these dwarves a stable fighting chance. Wow, it is paused. Okay, I didn't realize it was paused. Anyway, it's no longer paused. if we do a quick look around, this is the small thing I've got started. If I click on this and go to the overworld, this is what we're up against. This is where we are. Depending on how things go today and how much progress I get done, we may be able to start invading these. We're going to have to start with these smaller ones. There is one dwarven settlement left in the middle of this clusterfuck, although who knows how much longer they'll live because, like... Wow, they're not actually getting attacked. The dwarves over here on this side are also getting attacked, so we are getting chiseled back. The dwarves are also attacking, specifically places like this, Devil Shrieks. There are some areas up here that had notable blizzard men, so I'd like to kill those because I think that would be fun. And we're also at war with this elven faction. That was the fault of Ghost Candy, which has fallen, which was the last fort I did in this world. This particular fortress is a weaponsmith's fortress. So every dwarf in this fort basically is some kind of weaponsmith. We're going to have shit tons of them, but I'm not actively producing weapons. And the reason for that is the only weapons that I will use that are going to get, used in battle are artifacts. The one artifact weapon we have right now is owned by this dwarf, who's named Picture Point, after a friend of the show, Picture Point. And he is holding a Lurtethsumun, which is a steel warhammer. We did have a artifact bed made, which is right here underneath Picture Point. Wait, no, not that. Where it then? T-wood. Okay, hold on. Objects. There it is. This bed. This bed right here is a sandstone bed. So we did get one bed artifact made, which was made by my miner. So we've had two artifacts, a bed and a steel warhammer. As for named dwarves in the fort, currently they are Butch Cats, Zootica, a Devilish Potato, Cadranos, Napalm, and King Cook, as well as 404, not found. Oops, just let me shut my camera off for a second here. 404 not found. Picture Point, Claiborne, Statue Sounds, Havoc, and that's everybody. So, Eldrish, what kind of dwarf would you like? Would you like a beard, no beard? Do you want to be in the military or no? Any preference? Or is it dealer's choice here? You just started watching Ghost Candy yesterday? Oh, I mean, that fort is designed to fail, so... You couldn't breathe laughing at the absurdity of such an embark? Really? How did I manage a world like this? Advanced world generation for an hour, and I generated 3. Or for 1,000 years, not an hour, and I generated 3. And it looked cool, so I said yes. Beard and military. Bob it be! You are currently wielding 2 shields. Both in your right hand. Actually, let's give you Moses, because you're wielding your shields properly. Eldrish. So I can't confirm that you will stay in the military, but at the very least, for the time being, you're in the military. He has an utterly languid pace of easy living, calm and slow. He is completely unmoved by art and the beauty of nature, is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation, is somewhat scatterbrained, doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, often acts with compassion, has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and has an active sense of humor, and tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess, and he tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. And he has a greedy streak, and his voice trails off whenever he's trying to remember something, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Let's just zoom out a little bit. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees competition as wasteful and silly. Likes bronze and black pyrope and tiger shark leather, giant snapping turtle shell, and the color amethyst. Gems, beds, and centaurs for their strength. You don't see that very often. Those don't exist. He likes a creature that doesn't exist. He likes imagination, I suppose. He prefers to consume giant leopard, gecko, and apple cider, as well as kangaroo's milk and whipfine flour, and absolutely hates lizards. 2 shields, 1 hand, can't lose? I mean, yeah. So these dwarves are all training wrestling right now, basically. Fighting, dodging, and wrestling, and shield using. But as artifact weapons come in, I will give them custom uniforms and replace their weapons with artifact weapons. You share a favorite color? Wow, that's good. Let's see, do you have any family? You don't have any family, and you worship Dethal Dural Kethur. So I would like to know what that is. And you're a member of the Doctrine of Helping, which is a religion. Let's see what that is. So you worship the god of mercy. Dethul, the honor of nourishing. This is the most popular god, the god of beauty. We also have 3 worshippers of the god of mountains and duty, and that is it. So I can't remember if I've traded. I'm going to say I haven't. Ah, no, they've already left, so we have. Okay, that's fine. So do you guys want a tour of the fort? So this is where we started, over here. Just on the outside here. Not unforbid all these. This is where we started, out here on the outside. Right up here was where the wagon was, I think. We built a bridge across here, and then built a bridge across into here, and this is the front door, which I need to open, because we got attacked by a were creature. But this is where we entered into the fort, and this is what we've built so far. I've got some stairs, which I dug up. It goes up to here for farming purposes, which I need to set up for year-round plump helmet farming. And maybe some quarry bushes, too. Could be fun. But this right here is where we're doing our basic farming currently, although that's about to change because it's going to become over here. And like I said, the goal for this fort is machine defenses, so minecarts, and artifacts of mass destruction. So we're going to be essentially just trying to fight back the goblins using artifacts. So I'm going to be defending with probably minecart shotguns. Realistically, it is Untamed Wilds. If we look at the overworld right now, we have giant thrips on the map. There's also a giant sponge in this river. It's over here somewhere. Yeah, there it is. Giant sponge. It's grouchy because it's been caught in the rain recently. It likes its river water, not its rainwater. There's a little waterfall over here. There's quite the aquifer in this thing. I really like the way this embark turned out. It's really hot here to the point where all this water evaporates twice a year, which is kind of wild to see because you don't see that happen very often. One layer below where we were originally farming, we have a little temple over here. We have bedrooms as well as some cruddy offices in that, which I need to make better. I've got some bedrooms over here that I need to finish, which I can do quite quickly and easily. So let's just do that right now before I forget. After the last fort, people were pretty enthusiastic about me using minecarts as much as possible, so we're trying to use more minecarts for this playthrough than I normally would. Let's see if I have these. Yep, 1, 2, 3, excellent. And 1, 2, 3, 4, and this over here is going to be our first tavern. We're going to continue putting bedrooms around here. So this is kind of like leisure and living layer. This is kind of our work layer. This probably needs to go up a level of, this needs to go up a level of value because I've agreed to build a grand guild hall. This over here, I've also agreed to build a grand guild hall, so we need to finish these 2 guild halls. That's kind of the current priority here, is the finishing up these grand guild halls. So I will just quickly delete and rebuild this. So right now, if you type in exclamation point characters, you'll see characters from the last fort that are no longer living. My goal for today is to get some notable dwarves. Dwarven railgun? Sure, yeah. I'm thinking water is what we're going to use primarily, so more likely cart grinders. And if we use cannons, they'll probably just be using weapons that my dwarves can't equip. because, like I said earlier, the only weapons my military are going to be using is artifacts. So what I'm thinking is water and minecart shotguns that shoot weapons. Maybe even ballista, if we can make that work. Because I think that it would be kind of cool if I could have like a ballista battery over here shooting through fortifications and then through fortifications out into here if the enemy like hang out here. But they have been hanging out down here, or things have been entering the map from right here. So if things keep entering the map from right here, I could channel this up along here and kind of smooth out this rock face and then fire ballista from here in that direction. I could probably make that work. I don't really want to do glass because I want to focus pretty heavily on weaponsmithing, and I don't want dwarves to over level because the skill that the dwarf's color is associated with is the color that they will is the skill that they will use if they go into a strange mood. So do I have a mayor yet? Let's check. No. Is the skill that they will use when they go into a strange mood. So once we have like maybe 24 artifact weapons, then we'll start doing other then we'll start using other materials for discs or traps or stuff. Although I find like just weapon traps to be a little uninteresting, so I'd rather use like minecarts if I can. I want things that are flashy and fun to look at. So I've got 2 minecart routes set up right now. One is for iron ore, which is coming out of this magnetite, and the other one is down here, which is hauling dolomite. Merlin Buff, thanks for the 23rd month. And then if we follow this stairwell down, it leads into one of the biggest cavern layers I've seen in recent memory. This thing is huge, and I love it. I'd love to get into this cavern layer today. I'm actually constructing these stairs downwards because I think that that's more interesting than, you know, just digging. So I'm going to just keep constructing this downwards, maybe digging into these side walls here to get more magnetite or something, or maybe we'll start hauling this slate out, something like that. But yeah, that's the current fort right now. I would like to find lava at some point, although honestly, how much coal do I have currently? Maybe I'm actually out of coal. Am I actually out of coal? Yeah, okay. Well, how much coke do I have currently? Okay, well, I got 76 coke. So we're doing okay on fuel currently. I'm trying to avoid chopping down trees right now for a multitude of reasons. Do we have sand? Yes, we do have sand. Glass walls on the stairs would be cool. Sure, but like I said, glass is just not a priority because I'm trying to train weaponsmithing, and I want that to be the #1 skill. So I'm not going to prioritize things that, unless I need them heavily, especially things that require multiple steps, until we have enough weapons. I'm certainly not going to do any kind of glass work until we have lava. That's kind of the limitation there. See, I prefer, instead of you referring to me as PepsiCo, I would prefer that you refer to me as Scarface. So like I said earlier, one of my goals for today is to try and get some notable dwarves. So dwarves that are named after things that they have done that are cool, rather than being named after adventurers. Or rather than being named after dwarves from chat. Viewers from chat, rather. Let's see, how many of the original 7 have... Oh, so all of the original 7 have been named, yeah. So we'll have to wait until something notable happens. That's my goal for today. Is there anything in particular you guys would like to see me work forward? Are you using a trade depot? Is it possible to trade with your faction without using a trade depot? There's also a trade depot literally right here. I want migrants, so naturally I'm trading. And I can't trade without one. So I don't really understand how that question functions. All right. Or rather, I don't really understand the logic of that question. Let's actually just check my bars real quick. Got a good amount of iron and then 1 singular bismuth. Let's go 4 more steel statues. Let's also do 10 units of pig iron. And checking this, I do have plenty of dolomite. Maybe not plenty, but a decent amount. I think. That's what it looks like. Connie? I mean, people subscribed to tier 2 can nominate other people in chat. So maybe if you're active in chat and people get to know you, Medic Blue, you might just get one gifted to you. Yeah, it's right there in the middle of the screen. It's fine. Well, I don't have any weapons right now. That's the thing, right? Aside from like battle axes and picks for wood cutting and mining. But I'm not limiting myself to artifact pickaxes because that's just nuts. Or that just would be kind of nuts. Just kind of crazy to manage more than anything. Which isn't something I'm really willing to do. And apologies if I seem sassy today. I swear I'm not mad at everything, except for Restream.io because they're a terrible company. I'm just, you know, losing my voice and battling a mild cold, which makes me sound more angry than I actually am, I swear. I'm not mad. Let's just knock 2 of these down. Let's also go up to here and type in rock. Great. Yeah, and considering I've just told them to make whatever, it's also made of gold. It's a giant golden hedgehog. What's funny is the dwarf that made that giant hedgehog, like, doesn't care or dislike hedgehogs in any way. Usually, it would be like they can't stand them or they prefer to eat them, but no. That was what that dwarf wanted to make that day. This is his streaming face. This is my my resting streamer face, yes. And that was my sneezing face. Uh-oh. Right. So we had a dwarf fall into this river and drown because of a were creature. So I want to get this dwarf out of here. And also, I need to make some coffins. And we need to figure out where we're going to put our tombs. Is there a good early game amount of storage containers you produce right away? I'm probably not the best person to ask about min-maxing stuff. I usually just tell them to make like 100 containers that can store alcohol. So either out of wood, barrels, or rock pots. It's just about, I generally make about 100 within the first year. And then I just kind of leave it and don't really worry about it too much. And that generally covers it. Yeah, a lot of dwarves express their dislike and disinterest in something through art, which is a very believable thing that they do. I'm a big fan of it. Also, are we making rock blocks right now? Yes, we are. You're getting very close to this. Oh, wow. They finished those statues quick. Okay, so 1, 2, and 3, and 4. Because this is the Metalsmith's Guild over here, which is not public. And this is the Weaponsmith's Guild, which is public. So any dwarf in the fort can join and go to the Weaponsmith's Guild. Not anybody can go to the Metal Crafters Guild. Yes, you can make glass and metal pots. Sure, you could do that, but I don't like having unlimited stuff. I don't generally enjoy the, oops, why do I have 12,000 of something? And when you make those infinitely repeating jobs, like for me, I think the most booze I ever want is roughly 1,000, and that's when I have about 200 dwarves. But like, I'm sitting in the 50s for booze, that's plenty. Like, more than plenty. Although, it is telling me I need empty food containers. So maybe I do need to make a few more barrels or whatever. I need to make this stockpile a little bigger at least. Let's just make 2 more steel statues. Yeah, one of the reasons, I talk about this quite a bit, but I feel like it's worth mentioning based on that comment. One of the reasons I play Dwarf Fortress Vanilla is so that I can explain vanilla mechanics to people who are new, because I get a lot of new people in my chat. What's the benefit of making guilds private or public? So this guild is set to citizens only, meaning anybody who is a citizen of the fort, children, anybody else, can go to this fort. If you set it to citizens and long-term residents only, if you have bards or nobles or people who don't actually permanently live in your fort, then they can visit this and get the benefits from it. If you set it to this one, then anybody and outside people, so people who don't live in your fort, can come here and study. So basically you're inviting people like your random goblin visitors, right? Or your elven visitors or whatever. If you set it to only guild members, then only people with the skill high enough can stay in this zone and get the benefits from it. Basically, if you set it to this, anybody from your fort, regardless of if they know how to weaponsmith, can go to the Weaponsmith's Guild and learn the skill. This is very useful for keeping children happy and also training your entire fortress to do a particular thing. Whereas with this one, this is the Metalsmith's Guild, which they're gaining skill in just by going to the Weaponsmith's Guild. I have it set to only guild members because I don't want them to prioritize metalsmithing. I want them to prioritize weaponsmithing. So basically, I will organically have less members of this guild than this guild, although they will eventually join both. But they will ideally prioritize this one or this one over this one, is what I want. Yeah, no, I wouldn't use any of that stuff. That would take me too far away from the lore of Dwarf Fort. I actually, to me, limitations are a benefit. Like, I know some people are annoyed by, like, you know, why can't I make the best weapon out of platinum? Why can't I make platinum warhammers? It's like, well, limitations are what make the game interesting to me. But if it improves your experience, then yeah, go nuts. Use it. Enjoy it. Have fun. I'm not here to take your fun away. But I do find that limitations make the game more enjoyable for me. How goes the cold? Well, okay. I am rapidly ingesting cough drops. But most of my all of my physical symptoms are gone at this point. That's where I'm at. So my physical symptoms are gone, but I'm still like rapidly ingesting cough drops because I still have kind of a sore throat and I keep on losing my voice still. I basically couldn't talk yesterday, even though I felt largely fine. It was kind of frustrating. It was like, I sounded like this. It was bad. I sounded like I'd been possessed by a demon for the last 72 hours and only just got broken free. Let's make 11 rock thrones and 10 rock tables. I think that'll be me by tomorrow, Eldrish. I already took a Dayquil, but I'm not going to just ingest like 30 of them. I took a Dayquil when I woke up. Becky, is that you? Maybe, okay, if I turn my camera off, and then I talk like this, is that going to convince you that I'm your Aunt Becky? I've only smoked 85 cigarettes in the last 2 hours. I need to put 4 more in my mouth. Hold on a second. I'll go get my lighter. Honey, I can't find my lighter. Barry, fetch me my lighter. Anyway. I don't know who Barry is, but possessed by unknown forces? Damn right. You know, everybody always talks about Kitboga. I love Kitboga. I miss the days when Kitboga used to raid me. Those were good days. For a while there, I was pretty good friends with one of Kitboga's mods, and then he went and got a job at Twitch. And one of the cool things about being a mod for Kitboga is Kit doesn't decide who he raids. His mods do. And one of his mods kept on pushing to raid me. So there was like a good like month there where Kit would raid me pretty consistently. The sad part about that is, yes, he would raid me, but it was before he blew up heavily, and I only got one raid after he blew up. So he used to raid me like 300-400 viewers, but I got one raid with 15,000, and I haven't been raided by him since because his mod went and got a job at Twitch. And there's this weird rule with Twitch where if you get a job at Twitch, you're not allowed to be a mod on anybody's streams and actually do mod things because it's considered a conflict of interest. So that stopped happening. Makes me sad. Blowed up. Blowed up? Blown up. Like a balloon. Ads should be done now for Twitch, so. All right. The power of metal grows ever stronger. We have a statue of a hamster over here, and I can probably... Nope, not yet. I was going to say, didn't I queue up 2 more steel statues? I guess we already finished those. How much steel am I sitting on right now? 8? Okay. I was talking about Kitboga getting famous. Am I on acid? God, I wish. Life would be much more interesting right now if I was. What the fuck makes you think I'm on acid? What the hell's wrong with you? Like, the fuck kind of question is that? Have you never seen anybody that works in the entertainment industry before? Sheesh. Anyways, Twitch chat. Since I mostly missed it suffering from man-coldisms, how was your Halloween? Did you do anything fun? You hand out candy? Did you get candy? Did you go to any parties? Did you dress up? I sat out on my patio for a little bit and watched some fireworks. And then went back inside because it was cold. That's an interesting little statue. I'm also going to go to Q right here and make a slab. Passed out dum-dums and full-size candy bars. The Twix went first. Damn right, you're one of the cool ones. You dress up for work? Hell yeah. You watched Beetlejuice with friends? It's a good movie. Recovering from jet lag? That sucks. How bad is the jet lag? What is that? Oh, it's a statue of a Blizzard Man. It's a well-crafted statue of a Blizzard Man. It's the image of a Blizzard Man in steel. By Iteb. That's kind of dope. Super cool. I don't know who Thob is, but apparently somebody named Thob died. Did I have 2 dwarves die? Who's the other one? Oh, it's a bunny. Okay. Well, that explains it. Flew back from Japan to Europe. Yeah, that'd do it. That would absolutely do it. All right, so this dwarf right here. We're just going to dig all the way up to here. I'm going to put a pump right here. I'm going to channel out this right here. We're going to pull this body right up to there, and then that should be enough for them to get the body out. But first, I just want to memorialize this dwarf. And I also need to decide where I'm going to put coffins. I could put them in the old ore veins here. Or we could go down a little lower. I'm thinking we go down a little lower. Because I think this could make for a good little tomb complex. Went there this Christmas for your honeymoon? Hell yeah, dude. It's a hell of a place to go to for a honeymoon. See if I can get some chairs and tables into these yet. You've seen they turned back on irritation from noises again. Did they? Because, like, I know that irritation from mining has always been on. What are they getting annoyed by? Like, what noise is annoying them? Because mining has always annoyed them, but it's pretty rare that it actually activates. And also, noise is technically what causes wildlife agitation. So after this, I'm going to work on a tavern and then more bedrooms, while slowly adding dwarves to the military. Yeah, I'm pretty sure workshop agitation or noise is still disabled. But if they re-enabled that, that's crazy. That wasn't in the patch notes. But to my knowledge, that hasn't happened. But I've been wrong before, and I could be wrong again. I'm also going to put that bunny rabbit that died into this tomb. Because why not also bury pets? No, I mean, some noises have always been left on, but the general noise pollution stuff needed a rework, basically. But yeah, if they're getting annoyed by workshops, that's kind of crazy. And I would like to know when that got turned back on, if that's the case. Wow, so we're basically high enough value. So let's do another one of these. Another few rows of this. Because that should do her. Just trying to get both of these guild halls done. Because of their requests for grand guild halls. So is my audio coming through, like, very shittily on YouTube? What is happening here? Let me just unmute this. So is my audio coming through, like... No, it's fine. What the fuck? I don't understand. What do you want about? All right. I'm just going to tune out YouTube chat today because you guys are a bunch of nonsense distributors currently. Thanks for confirming, YouTube chat. All right. So for this, Dwarf right here, well, that pulled him that way. Let's go right here. We're also pretty badly cave adapted, which kind of comes with the territory currently. All right, let's go over to here. I'm going to put down 2 farm plots, one here and one there. Or rather, I'll keep reading YouTube chat. I'm just not going to take what you guys say seriously because cry wolf enough times and it just stops meaning anything. Dwarves cave adapted? What a world. Yeah, it's crazy, right? I'm so happy cave adaptation is back. The vomit can be a bit excessive at times. You can turn it off if you don't like it. It's one of those mechanics where if you don't enjoy it, you can disable it. I don't think that setting is in the game settings, though. You actually have to like go into the game files, but it's not hard to find. There's probably still a usable guide on the subreddit as well. All right. You followed your daughter around with some bloody makeup on your face? Sounds like a fun way to spend a Thanksgiving. You know, it's the one thing I kind of envy about people who have kids is, like, to me, trick-or-treating is just an excuse for parents to go outside and then just, like, spend a bunch of time quietly, coyly drinking alcohol while following a child around outside at night and dressed up in a costume. And that just seems like a fun way to spend an evening. Kind of envious. At times. Like, not entirely, but kind of. Like, that just seems like a fun afternoon. I don't know. All right, let's bring something in here. Get a dwarf to come here and pump this, and there should, yep, there is a ramp here. It says upward slope, a muddy upward slope. So when this water gets pumped to the right, things will be good. What am I producing for a caravan this year? Good question. Probably just bone crafts, because that's mostly all we've been trading up until this point. Bone crafts and totems. So this should, yes, land this right here. And now a dwarf should come get it, which seems to be this dwarf. Urib. Time to go take a shower briefly, Dwarf. Nice. Which means you can cease pumping. Actually, maybe keep pumping, because I'm curious to see if those clothing items get claimed. They might get claimed. So you get to be the drunk uncle following the kids around on Halloween? That sounds great. Yeah. I'm kind of envious of that, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, are you going to go pick up the equipment from that location? Looks like it. Yep. I think I'm just going to tell them to dump all this stuff. And I'm pretty sure I have a garbage dump right now. But on the off chance I don't, just put it right there. So a couple dwarves should come running over here to get rid of that, while the water just goes that way. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. Done. I'm sure that the grass needed a surprise flash flood. It's all good. We're talking about handing out beer to the parents on Halloween? Can you even do that? Grass will grow up bigger and stronger for sure. Yeah, and it'll help grow the trees. Hey, Claiborne. Thanks a lot for the ongoing, funding for the channel. It's allowing me to have the ability to be confident enough to try and get a mortgage. So appreciate you, mate. Because if you asked me several years ago if I was ever going to get a mortgage in my life, my response would be, ha, fuck no. That's not going to happen. The heck? And here we are trying. May not be legal? How not be legal is question. Presuming parents are legal, why would it be illegal to hand out free beer? Brain no compute that, I guess. Trying. Claiborne, trying. Trying. No liquor license? But it's free. Do you need a liquor license to hand out free beer? So wait, hang on. If I'm outside and drinking a beer and a neighbor walks up and then I run inside and grab a beer and hand them to my neighbor, do I need a liquor license to do that? This is a genuine question. Well, I'm not in the US. I wonder what the laws are like for that in Canada. That's what I thought. Liquor licenses for sales. So as long as you're not selling it, then you're not breaking any laws. No one's going to call it. Yeah, I mean, no one's going to report you, but that's just kind of wild if that's even a concern. Or serving it at an event. Sure. It does. I guess at that point, then it depends on whether or not Halloween counts as an event. Huh. The weird, if, thans, and buts of a lot of laws are very funny to me. One of my favorite dumb laws that Canada has is it's perfectly legal to skinny dip, but it's illegal to skinny dip in a suburban pool in your own backyard between the hours of 7 in the morning and 9:30 or at 10 o'clock at night, unless you have a fence that's higher than 8 feet. Because it's possible that your neighbors could look out their windows and see you naked in your pool. But, like, who's going to report you? What's funny is the law says nothing about public pools. Although I guess that would just be covered by public indecency. Why does it need to be 8 feet? So that your neighbors can't look out their windows and see you naked. Am I healthier? Physically, I feel fine. I'm just in that awkward point of, like, I still have a cough and my throat still hurt a little bit. Why are they so nosy then? I don't think it's one of those laws that, like, I don't think anybody ever actually gets called on it unless you happen to have a really shitty HOA. That's about it. But it's there, that, and I think it's really funny. Just like it's okay. A sled dog is considered a bicycle, and by that logic, it means that it's illegal to ride or to drive your sled dogs on the sidewalk. But it never stopped anybody from riding their bike on a sidewalk anyway. And nobody gets fined for that either, so. But it is legal to, like, tell your sled dogs to run in a bike lane. Which, as a cyclist, that annoys me. It's illegal where you live to chain an alligator to a fire hydrant. Really? Do you live in Florida? The funny thing about that law is it means that someone has to have done that. Louisiana, okay, close enough. But, like, I want to know when that law was written and what caused it to be written. Like, it makes perfect sense. Like, you're like blocking a fire hydrant, which is illegal. That makes sense. But that is so fucking specific. That is amazing. I want to know what caused that law to be written. It's illegal in your state to settle disputes over duels. That's definitely a law that got, like, implemented a long time ago. Okay, how many beds do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We'll presume 12. I have 18 right now that haven't been placed. Do I have a mayor yet? I do not. I do not have a mayor. Well, we're making blocks. Well, I mean, it should be illegal to molest any animal, alligator or otherwise. I don't know if that's a hot take. I don't think that should be a hot take. Also, good luck molesting an alligator and living to tell the story. Just saying. I feel like that's just good advice. Where you come from, bikes have right of way over cars. Bikes have right of way over cars where I live if there isn't a bike lane. And it's not a highway. Because bikes are just not allowed on highways, which, you know, makes sense. To a degree. Although I don't like highways in general. Guy saying, does this look dangerous while slapping an alligator's tongue with his entire arm? I do enjoy those videos of people who have pet alligators or, like, rescued alligators that are, like, you know, not able to be put back into the wild because, like, they look like such happy little things when they're smiling and waiting for food. Like, ah. But I get about equal amount of enjoyment as, like, guy in Florida suburb, like, whacking a gator in the head with a frying pan. Equals, like, same kind of enjoyment that I get out of both of those videos. Yeah, no, I mean, I've outside of like, you know, zoos and alligators in captivity, I've never seen an alligator or a crocodile, right? Outside of zoos. Because we just don't have them here. However, the gist that I get about them is that they're very similar to bears. And to elaborate on that for a second, bears are extremely dangerous if they're hungry or they have children nearby. So as long as you're around well-fed bears that don't have children in between you and them, you're totally fine. This is presuming they're black bears, because that's what we have here, really. So it's like, I'm like, bears are a non-issue, and I know people who get like weirdly afraid of bears, and it's like, they're a non-issue as long as they're well-fed and their kids are close to them. Unless, yeah, but we don't, okay, nobody lives close to polar bears. And if you live close to polar bears, you know the dangers of polar bears, because you live close to polar bears. Yeah, giant animals that aren't tameable. At that point, get like... I mean, even a Komodo dragon is a bad idea. Just get yourself, like, an iguana and name it alligator. And just, like, call it a day, you know? There's a really good video of a bear getting stuck on top of a garbage truck driving through downtown Vancouver from like 2011 or something. And it just looks terrified. Like this poor bear is just like, ah, where the fuck am I? How did I get here? Let me down. It's very odd to see polar bears so often. Yeah, there's something I've never seen outside of zoos as well. But yeah, polar bears are kind of spooky. They're the cutest, I want to eat you animal out there. Or one of the cutest I want to eat you animals out there. All right, can I pen pasture any animals up here? Yes, I need to have animals out there so I can see when problem things are arriving. Ooh, Tatan the weaponsmith has been taken by a strange mood. Mm-hmm. I'm listening. Okay, grabs steel bars. Off to a good start. Goes up a level, grabs a boulder, probably. Yep. Yeah, true. And definitely don't walk into up to a panda dressed in a bamboo suit. Definitely don't do that. Yeah, there's some really crappy like issues with like baronies and like having nobility in your fort. By nobles, I mean like barons, counts, and king and queen. It is kind of annoying. Havoc, I'm right there with you. That stuff needs a rebalance. Like badly. And gives him a steely-eyed look. I saw a moose once, and it was on the side of a highway. Rough yellow jaspers. See what else he grabs. Any bets on what this dwarf makes? I mean, moose are one of those animals where if you're hunting them and you shoot and you miss, or you hit them and you piss it off, you're more likely to die than the moose. So, stray llama bone. We're about to get hit by an ad. I will pause the game when the ad pops. Toy? Well, they are a weaponsmith, so it will be a weapon. They're not a metalsmith, because then there would be a chance of a toy. We also got a first baby. I think that's the first baby born in the fort. Angular donut. Like a square nut? So wait, are you a Lego donut? Or are you a, like, Minecraft donut? Or are you a donut from, like, an N64 game? Regardless, thank you very much for your gifts, Cybertruck-shaped donut. And thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you greatly. Also, you sniped Hazanku, who's an old school friend of mine. From back in the day. Appreciate you, man. It's wild how big moose are. There was a whole lot in your city every now and then, and I'd accidentally end up real close to one. I was camping once with my dad, and we went canoeing, and we saw a moose from the canoe, and my dad was sitting there going, wow, that's cool. And then we realized that we were in water that was less than a meter deep, and that moose could very easily just straight up charge us. And so we paddled away very quickly. That's one of 2 times I've seen moose. Moose. And the other one was from a highway while I was going on a different camping trip. I was going to name this kid Firstborn. Can I give you the parent, Nodokasa? Because, like, Firstborn is always kind of a neat nickname to give a baby. Can I give you the parent? Like the mom or the dad?
Greg.
That is my name. What's up? Oh, you want Angular Donut to have somebody. Okay. Angular Donut, do you want to be the mom or the dad of this dwarf? Sorry, I missed that part. Greg is my name, yes. I am a Gregory. But why did you just tune in and randomly type Greg into that? What? If you didn't know that, why did you use that as your resub notif? You think the name Greg is funny? Well, thank you. I appreciate you thinking that my name is funny. Sag. You ruined it. It was nice and pleasant and fun. Now I feel bad. But Angular Donut, would you like a dwarf with beard or a dwarf without beard? That is the weirdest spelling of Canadian I've ever seen, Luke. More angles that way? Alrighty. Dad, it is. Oh, wow, and you're also making the artifact. You know, how about this? I'm going to go to this child. Rename him from Firstborn. And we'll call you Artifact Child. Artifact Child. Because you're born as an artifact is made. I'm also going to go over to my commands list and type in characters. And I'm going to erase the list of previous characters. And I'm going to type in Artifact Child. Done. Characters command has been updated. Welcome to the fortress, kiddo. Meanwhile, Angular Donut never feels discouraged and accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. He does not generally respond to emotional appeals, is quite polite, and is moved by art and natural beauty. He is, of course, troubled by this, since he dislikes the natural world. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and is quite ambitious. Generally is confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. Finds obligations confining, though he's conflicted by this, for more than one reason. He is often nervous, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He exhales sharply when he gets angry, and he points and shakes his finger when he's angry. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of raising a family, and this dream was realized. He personally finds honesty foolish and values loyalty, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. He likes Realgar steel and gray chalistoni, muskox horn, and blue peafowls for their coloration, leeches for their feeding habits, and the words of the North Bridge, and when possible, prefers to consume mango wine and yak's milk and sunberry seeds, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. You've communed with your god, you've talked with your spouse, and learned about weaponsmithing as you've been here. And you're satisfying after the acceptance of a petition for the Oily Guild Hall. And you're very happy after becoming a parent. As for family members, you already have 2 children. You now have 2 children in the fort, and 2 children who aren't in the fort. And you're currently possessed by unknown forces, so you will not become legendary. And you have an aunt and an uncle in the fort, and a cousin. You worship the god of beauty. I also feel that with mosquitoes. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers for Lanadar for 2 reasons. 1, they guessed my name, and 2, they resubbed with Prime. Don't forget to check your Primes, chat. They'll help me get a mortgage. I'm not actually joking with that. That's not a bit. That's actually real. Okay. I can now start a Mark's Dwarf squad because Angular Donut, the weaponsmith, has created Con Limus, a steel crossbow, and offers it to the Storm of Artifacts. I'm just going to jump to this screen and go Hunters and say nobody does this. I'm also going to go here, and I'm going to create a new squad, which is going to have no uniform right now. I'm going to go to Equip, say Add Uniform, and it's just going to be Armor, Headwear, Legwear, Handwear, Foot... let's not worry about footwear for them. And shields and bucklers. And we're going to say... Can I not specify specific weapons for... Oh, maybe... Actually, I know why. Crossbow. Crossbows. Confirm. And then you assign uniform crossbow, and you specific weapon. That's what I want. Done. Confirm. Is ammo bug fixed? Chat, you answer that question. I guess we need to make a crossbow range. I used to get bullied for having this name, so it's very funny. Thank you very much for reminding me. I'm not actually joking. Like, kids used to pick on me because I was named Greg. All right. Of course your crossbow doesn't fire arrows, because crossbows fire bolts, not arrows. So don't tell them to equip bows if you want them to fire bolts, and don't tell them to equip crossbows if you want them to fire arrows. Sorry. The number of things that people call bugs in Dwarf Fortress that are decidedly not bugs is hysterical for me. I am very funny, I'll have you know, Thomas. Thank you, Killer Spud. Although I do genuinely think that my name is very ironic, because the name Greg means watchful, and I'm legally blind. Which is some self-deprecating humor if I've ever heard any. This is true. Suit of Souls. And the British comedy event that ruined my life was Old Greg. Which, honestly, like, as an adult, it doesn't bother me at all anymore. It's just kind of funny looking back on it. But the amount of Old Greg quotes that got thrown at me just because I happened to have the name Greg was grim when I was, like, high school age. But as an adult, it just kind of became weirdly funny because I had a job at one point, which I haven't had in a while, because I'm cool like that. But at one point I had a job, and there was a total of 5 Gregs working there. We had Old Greg, which wasn't me, he was the oldest. Other Greg, who was the guy who also worked at the same time as Old Greg. Then there was afternoon shift Greg, young Greg, who was the youngest, and then shut up Greg or night shift Greg, which was me. Depending on who you asked. Usually I was shut up Greg. Because whenever I'd open my mouth to speak, I was just shut up Greg. And I'd be like, all right. Then they all quit, and I was the only one left. I was going to queue something up. What was that? Maybe I'll remember. Rock doors, that was it. These I will actually automate. The amount of rock doors is less than 10. Make 10. Is Dr. House's name really Gregory? I've never seen a single episode of House. So does that mean that I'm cool just like a drug addict law-breaking doctor is cool? That doesn't seem good. Sorry, but like, I accept that you think the name sounds funny, but you're kind of making this worse. I'm not gonna lie. I do not know a Gregoria. I'll be honest with you. I've known several Gregs in my life. And no, I didn't found the British pasty brand Greg's. Although I kind of wish I did, because it sounds like that thing makes quite a bit of money. So if I did, I'd probably have a lot more money than I currently do. And that wouldn't be bad, right? Nothing but good things happens when you have an irresponsible amount of money. Just ask any billionaire. Nope, that is not what I mean. I mean Greg's, the pasty shop. Just ask any British person. They'll know what I'm talking about. Or pasty? I don't know. It's basically like a meat pie, essentially. Not a fact, but I'll live with it. Suit of Souls. Although, it's probably not too late for me to make a brand of nipple pasties. It's Gregory House. Today I learned. Had no idea. Like, I know the premise of the show of House, but... There's an English name which starts with D, which probably cannot enter streams due to his name. What? Dick? I mean, that's short for Richard. Does anybody remember when Richard Hammer, the Twitch streamer, used to have the name Dick Hammer? And then they made him change his name, which is still funny to me. It's like, wasn't allowed to have his actual first name as his Twitch name. Although I will say that Greg's name is spelt wrong, Mark Gordon, in YouTube chat, because they spell it with 2 G's. Real Gregs spell their name with 1 G's. It's just like the difference between Jeff with a G and Jeff with a J. My name's spelled with 1 G, not 2 G's. Although maybe I'll spell it with like 5G once I get a 5G phone. Then I'll be in the modern era. What if your first name was a slur? Then I'd be mad at my parents. Although, I don't consider dick to be a slur. Like, at all. Like, if you consider dick to be a slur, then you're just a very sensitive individual. That is an unanswerable question. I've been playing this game for about 15 years. Jeff with a G spelled G-E-F-F is spelling Jeff incorrectly. There's an O in there, mate. You know, genuinely, if somebody unironically gets offended by the word dick, they deserve it. I'm just gonna say that right now. Like in the year 2024, if you hear, if somebody calls you a dick and you get offended by that, mate, you need bigger problems. Like, it's just like if somebody gets offended when you say damn it. Like, you need actual problems. You're compensating for your lack of problems by inventing a problem that doesn't exist. That's my hot take of the afternoon. I mean, fortunately, Moby Dick is a whale, right? So, what the hell is he gonna care? Yeah, I mean, if your last name is Cox, you're just fucked. Robert Bob sounds like a name that Stone would give a character. Yeah, me neither. Like, a lot of names can be shortened to things that just don't make sense. Yeah, also, I also don't understand why people get annoyed by being referred to as dude. To me, dude's always been gender neutral. I don't know. I know it's not, but it's how it's always been used in the proximities that I've been in. Like, people get more offended when you say dudette, which is supposedly the non-masculine version of dude. Also, I completely missed this because I was rambling about nonsense that doesn't matter, but Lael the Bard, thanks for the second month. Appreciate you. Jack is short for John? What? That's not even shortening it. That's just a different name. The only time that you'll run into issues where it would air quotes be not fine, Paragym, is if you are settling in a untamed wilds biome. You may get attacked by the wildlife if you do too much construction on the surface. So as long as you're not in an untamed wilds biome, you're probably fine. I'll probably just fill this whole thing in. I didn't think I had enough blocks, but looks like I do. Yay. What? Did I not? Wow, I did not get this up to highest level of value. I thought I did. Yeah, I mean, if you prefer not to be called something, then you're well within your right to say so. But as far as, like, my lifetime vocabulary goes, dude is just a term of endearment, almost. Or, like, hey, you! It's kind of like the equivalent of that. It's like a way to get somebody's attention. Hey, dude! Kind of thing, you know? That's about where it begins and ends for me. And the way that's always worked. But yeah, I getcha. But yeah, I don't know. It's also a word I try not to say because it just feels antiquated in a lot of ways. Like there's just better ways to get people's attention these days. Helen Artho, thank you much for the raid. How was your stream today, man? I'm over here just trying to get over this cold. That's how my day's been. What were you up to? What were you doing, writing stuff, or were you playing games? If you guys don't know Talon Artho, you should go give him a follow. He writes books and talks about video games sometimes and plays them. No, I mean if I call you, hello, dude, what's up? And then you say, hey, could you call me something else? That's totally fine. It's never going to be an issue with me. But it is very much a default person statement thing for me. It's always been and probably always will be. Because I'm never really going to say y'all or you, just feels weird to me. Ilan Kinim, hello. I will say, though, hi, folks has basically replaced hey, guys for me. And I can't say hey, y'all. And the reason I can't say hey, y'all is because it's a brand of drink here. It just sounds like I'm talking about seltzer water. I think that's a seltzer. Pretty sure it's a hard seltzer. Yeah, let's check our status on bars. We got one steel bar. We'll just tell you to make steel until I run out of steel. Okay. Can I make bone bolts? I can't click that button apparently. I don't think I have any bones lying around. Yeah, okay. We have to butcher some things to get bolts. All right, checking bedroom status. Need like 5, let's just make like 6 more bedrooms. Everyone now is my brother in Christ. I like saying things like my brother in Christ as like sort of a ironic way of taking the Lord's name in vain. Does that make any sense? Like it's not something that like a lot of like many religious people would say. And so to me it's just kind of funny like that because it sounds like something a religious person would say, but generally it wasn't something I heard until I stopped going to church, if that makes any sense. Although I don't know, like, is that like an internetism? My brother in Christ? Because I don't really think of it as one. I guess maybe it is. I'm not gonna lie though, what do you mean is not an acronym I started seeing until like last year. Is that a recent thing? Or did I just like live in a weird different dimension for a while? I'm good. I would rather not ask ChatGPT for anything because I don't want to give it advice. I do run a local LLM that I use for spell check, but it's not ChatGPT, and I would not like to train those crappy, possibly world-destroying AIs for no logical reason. So if they want to pay me, maybe, then I'll work towards the Earth's inevitable demise, but I'm not going to do that voluntarily. And I would advise that you don't do that as well. Just go find your own funsies open source model and run it yourself. But the only reason I run a local model for spell check is because I didn't want to give Grammarly money. Quite literally, like that's the reason I do it. What do you mean is old? Only see that on scam emails and stuff? I don't really see them. I don't really get scam emails, but because I'm pretty good at filtering those out. I do, however, get those in like scam Twitter DMs, which I should probably delete. Speaking of social media, actually, I've started using Blue Sky more actively because apparently every single Twitch streamer I know in existence has started using Blue Sky. So if you want to follow me on a social media platform, I am on Blue Sky. I don't post going live notifications, though. It's mostly just for me to randomly blurt out nonsense. I'm also still on Mastodon, obviously. Do you have any tips? Volcanoes infinitely refill. So if you drain out part of it somehow, be careful if you re-pierce it, because it will try to refill. That's my only real advice. Aside from that, have fun. All right, I need to queue up more blocks. That's what I was going to queue up. Well, unless you want stuff to randomly, spontaneously combust. Although, I don't think you get fire imps unless it's untamed. Like, aren't they like a savage biome thing? Pretty sure fire imps are savage biomes. I could be wrong, though. So I should be able to use this to make power. Let's see. I'm mostly just building this as a test run. You see fire imps in caves? Really? I don't think I've ever seen them just wander in on caves. I thought that they could only appear in lava, but maybe I'm wrong. Sweet. So this little river is in fact generating me power. So I can do things now that require power, which is exciting. So let's finish up the rest of these bedrooms as quickly as I can. Another ad break is coming up in a minute or two. When the ad break pops, I will pause the game like this and then unpause it when the ad is over. So did we get a shout out for Talon? I think we did. Yes, we did. If there's a lava column in the caves? Okay, yeah, that makes sense then. Because I'm like I said, I'm pretty sure they only appear in areas where there's access to the lava sea. Because I think that they're like, because like some creatures only wander into the map from the lava sea. So that would make sense. See if I can also get these kids' bedrooms. You got a shout out? Thank you. It says I have 51 minutes. 51 minutes until I can shout out you again. When there's a when you're at 0.1 FPS, when there's a fire-breathing Forgotten Beast in your stockpiles. So what will happen, Durger, is you need to you need to wait for the fire to go out, which actually won't take that long. Dwarves' pathing is blocked by smoke. So if they're trying to get to something on the other side of the Forgotten Beast that they can't get to, it'll wreck your frame rate. So what I would do is pause the game, grab the forbid tool, and then behind the Forgotten Beast, whatever's behind it, forbid all of that. And then that should help because it'll cancel all their jobs. Or you can wait for the fire to go out, which won't take too long. Fire is like both an intense, massive frame rate drain, but also like a non-issue for frame rate, depending on where it happens to be. If it's blocking your dwarves' access to something, it can be horrific. If it is like in the middle of nowhere, far away from your dwarves, it's basically a non-issue. I mean, it can certainly cause some slowdowns, but it won't cause like game-breaking slowdowns by any stretch. No, this is perfectly normal world gen. If you settle entirely on one biome, you'll get the rocks that happen to be in that biome. If you settle on multiple biomes, then you'll have very different layers. I'm settled entirely on a tropical savanna, so I have what is in that tropical savanna. You'll get much more like variation and variety in stone types if you settle on multiple biomes, which I have not done in this instance. So it's entirely up to where you settle. Yeah. You tend to get lots of variety. Yeah, like if you settle on, because like it's very easy to settle like on the corner of multiple biomes. So like have some savanna and maybe some rocky wasteland and then some, I don't know, something else, grasslands. Then you'll have different mineral types in each one. But because of where I've settled in this particular map, there's that. Also, there could be some variety down here or up here, but I haven't gone to those areas yet, so we don't know. But the reason things are very homogeneous is because of that. Also, this is almost default world gen settings. The only thing I changed is I asked this world to generate, or I told the game to generate 1,000 years of history instead of the usual like 250 to 500. That's the only thing I actually edited about the world gen here. It sounds like you need to burrow your dwarves better. Like the reason like they're getting attacked by the birds is because the birds have access to the dwarves. The birds are killing your dwarves, basically. So you need to set up your zones for where your dwarves can go better. And you also need to set up better traps. It's like when dwarves are getting stuck in trees because birds are scaring them up trees, that's very much a management problem, not a problem with dwarven behavior. Dwarves are just trying to stay safe and get as far away from the problem as possible. And if shooting up a tree and getting stuck in said tree like a cat is their answer to that problem, then that is what they will do. Just think about it this way. Dwarves is cats, except you cannot, call the fire department to get cats out of a tree. Also, don't call the fire department to get cats out of a tree. That's a waste of their time. They've got better things to be doing and should be doing those things and not getting your cat out of a tree. It was just the example my brain landed on. You know, people who started playing when the Steam version comes out don't know how good they have it. Tools like multiple bedrooms. I remember when I first saw that button and my mind melted a little bit. I was like, oh my God, really? Holy shit. I was so happy. Sorry, I'm talking really quickly and my memory can't keep up. What are you asking about, Darius? because that's not how this game is designed, right? Think about it this way, DGR. Dwarf Fortress is like City Skylines. If you push it to the limit, it'll run like shit. It doesn't matter how big your computer is. Dwarf Fortress isn't like your average video game. It's also not running in a normal game engine, and it also isn't programmed the way a lot of normal games are programmed. It's very deterministic. Its list of things can be done in order, and it works on your CPU almost entirely. And the joke about this game, as long as it's existed, is it can bring highest-end computers to their knees. And it's true. It can. And it will, if you make it do that. You've simply made it do that and discovered a way to make it do that. It's got nothing to do with how good your computer is for normal video games, because this isn't a normal video game. This is Dwarf Fortress. It's the video game to end all video games. It's the final video game. The final destination of video games, even. Congratulations, you've reached peak nerddom. Here, have your 5 pennies of gamer cred for being a big enough nerd to play Dwarf Fort. Let's make rock coffers. Rock cabinets, and we'll just do 50 of each. You know, growing up, my parents' cat, who only recently passed away, rest in peace, you adorable little bastard. He got stuck in a, I don't know, 15-story tall tree that was in the forest in our backyard, this massive fir tree that we had. And he was up there for 4 days. He got himself down eventually. Took him a while. He did lots of complaining. We could hear him from our patio. But it was in a really awkward spot. There was no way in hell we were going to call anybody to get him out. And he got himself down. I don't know how or when, but he did. It took him a while. We also could see him chasing squirrels in the tree, while it's in this tree, from our patio. Generally, in my experience with cats, if they can get themselves up, they can get themselves down. It might take a while, but they can do it. Twitch chat and YouTube chat. I have a question for you because this is not a very easy question for me to ask. Peas in the YouTube chat, P-E-A-S, wants to know, what are some easy ways to find Kilonite? I've never specifically looked for it myself, so I don't actually know the answer to that question. Does anybody know any ways of finding Kilonite? Correct. Or Kaolinite? I don't actually know how you're supposed to say it. I've always said Kilonite. It's probably wrong, but that's okay. Me and most things. Grr. Did that wrong. Potentially. I need 48. Okay, well, let's do it this way then. Look for sandstone and limestone. Sandstone and limestone. I haven't seen fire clay in a while. I tend to find things like this when I'm not looking for them. Kaolinite occurs in clusters and sedimentary layers, so you kind of just need to dig around until you hit a cluster of it. There you go. I find like the best way to go about building a fort in Dwarf Fortress is to pick a spot that looks cool, that has some of the materials you want, like sand or whatever, or some of the metals that you want, and then just start building, and then work with what you get as you get it. If you start a fort with the intent of using a particular material, you'll drive yourself insane, because you're never guaranteed to find anything that you're looking for. And I kind of love that about the game. It forces you to work within the limitations that the game provides, but at the same time, gives you enough variety that it's interesting, if that makes sense. I think like if you just know what's there before you start, it kind of takes a little bit of the fun out of it. Well, at least you're rich, Darius. I like metaphors, Al. Also, Al, it's good to see you, by the way. You figured it was around clay? Clay is more like surface layer clay. So, like, this is sand, and this was on the description of the map. It said that it had sand. So there is a sand layer here. So a clay layer would be around the surface. It's sort of like shallow dirt, lots of dirt, that kind of thing. It gives you an idea of like what's close to the surface generally. Although I do kind of miss the days back when instead of telling you specifically what type of metals the game would give you in an embark, it would just say some metals or not a lot of metals. I do genuinely miss that. I liked it because it was a surprise as to what kind of metals you would find. I like the game surprising me with things. Like, I'd get excited when I found iron ore. Now it's like, ah, yes, I found the iron ore that I knew that I'm expecting to find already. Which, I don't know. I don't like surprise mechanics in the loot box sense, but I do like surprise mechanics in I'm surprised as to what I found sense. That being said, it could also be rather devastating when you're going into a fortress and hoping to find iron or something, and then you just find tin. And there's just tin everywhere. Speaking of finding things that I wasn't expecting, Tiger9, thank you very much for the 17th month. Happy dwarfing back at you, Rupert. I have a tutorial on my YouTube channel, Havoc, that talks specifically how to increase the number of volcanoes on a map. That is way easier than me just telling you that that video exists is way easier than me actually explaining how the mechanic works. Because I'd probably have to look it up on the wiki. It's not straightforward. But there's a few different settings that you can change to make that happen. Because it looks cool, which is the answer to the vast majority of like my fortress design questions. It looks cool, Francis. I would say it's actually probably a bad idea because I'm directly making the fortress more dangerous. But it looks cool. Fort fashion is a big deal in these parts. What's the longest fortress I've had in years? It's called Long Death. All the VODs are on the YouTube channel, and it was 470 years. It took me almost 3 years real time, and I'm never doing that again. It was like 1,600 hours or something. It would have taken less time than 3 years, but I started doing it just once a week because it got so boring that I didn't want to play it anymore. It was my stopgap and the fort that I was going to play until Premium came out, and I played it until Premium came out, and now I'm not going to play anymore. And I'm never going back! It's the same reason I find world domination to be kind of boring. I want there to be adversaries alive so that things keep happening in the fort. Let's just make like 50 rock pot. Because I need some more rock pots. Starting to bottleneck. Yeah, that doesn't work for live streams, though, Darius. Okay, so now all this is done. Do I have any statues? I doubt it. Oh, also, I need you running around ready. Oh, shit. This dwarf just became my mayor. Well, we have a mayor now, who's static sounds, or statue sounds. So let's give statue sounds an office, shall we? Kind of sticking to this open plan office style here. It'll make them slightly lower value, but it's okay. This can be the mayor's office. Wait, what? Oh. Huh. So, Statue Sounds already has an office. Because, what was your task previously? You're the broker and the bookkeeper. Well, let's move broker and bookkeeper to a different dwarf. Let's give it to Dolmas. Because I don't want the mayor to be too overworked. Dolmas can be the broker. And the bookkeeper can be Bomrek. So Bomrek is going to go there. Mayor is going to go there. And I need to give you a table and a chair. We're going to specify slate for those thrones. And rock armor stands. Except I'm going to do 15 weapon racks and 15... let's do 21, actually. 22. 22 and 22. A fort I'm the most proud of? This is a recency bias thing, but probably Godly Tombs. Like, I think, like, I'm a weird person to ask questions like that, because what would I look back and think back on positively? Things that did well for me and well for the stream and well for Dwarf Fortress as a community. So probably Godly Tombs, you know? Like, the Godly Tombs in that video that I was able to make alongside of that fort, I'm proud of that. But necessarily looking back at specific forts, I mean, Waterlungs was cool. Sunbirths died in a cool way. Heatstone was memorable. But, like, I think when you ask me, like, what's your favorite fort? Or, like, what's your favorite... It's very rarely, like, a mechanical thing and more of a, how was the content that I was able to make whilst playing that fort? You know? Does that make any sense? I guess I think about this game and games in general differently than a lot of people would, because correct me if I'm wrong here. People remember things based on gameplay. I remember things based on how the streams of it were. Like, I'm not even remotely proud of, like, Long Death, even though it's probably one of the longest forts to ever be made, because by the end of it, the streams for it were very unpleasant and not fun for me, right? But, like, I'm proud of a lot of shorter things I did, you know? So I think I'm just biased in a direction that makes that a very uninteresting question for me to answer. See, I've had forts that have exploded significantly more dramatically than that, though, Ben Gordon. And, like, I don't think back on them particularly fondly in any way. So we're going to be doing plump helmets, seeds, pigtails, cave wheat, and give me a second, Ice Blue. Probably military then, because I can almost guarantee you there isn't a primary carpenter anywhere in the fort. Sweet bullets. Nope. Don't have a single carpenter. So, which one do you want? Them's your options. I'm working on a lot of things, Thomas. I'm working on a lot of things. Also, what do you mean by... Why do people keep calling it an illustration? Also, didn't you ask me that like yesterday or 2 days ago? And I'm pretty sure I answered that question like 2 days ago. It's a work in progress. But I am one person. And I took 10 days off as a vacation. And editing doesn't count as time off. And then I got sick. So, like, I got several things that I'm working on. So I was open. Oh, no, definitely. Grab your dwarf. But, like, which one would you like? Rovod and Fob here have beards. That a few weeks ago? Feels like yesterday, but trust me. Asking when a project that I've announced that I'm working on, stated I'm working on, and am actively working on, asking when or if I'm still working on it is, like, not going to make it happen any quicker. Of course I'm still working on it. I have all the footage. It's sitting on a hard drive. I've even started the project. The answer's still the same. It'll be done when it's done. Unless somebody wants to give me like an extra $3,000 a month so I can hire a full-time editor, videos ain't coming out any faster than there. Are you still breathing? I think so. How about you, Bonesaw? How you been? Thub? But that's not the person who's asking. Like, which one does Ice Blue want? That's the question. Ice Blue, which one do you want? Ice Blue, answer me question. You didn't say dealer's choice. You want Rovod or Thop? You see, I've abandoned things that I've started, but I wouldn't promise that I'm going to do it if I'd abandoned it. And it's also only been 2 months. And in that time, I've released 1 video. So, like, give me a break, mate. I announced that I would do that around the time that Gortusk's video came out. I've also stated I kind of am sort of... Your choices are Rovod or Thob. I've announced that I'm going to do it several times, right? And I've also stated that it probably won't come out until around the time Adventure Mode is done. Because that's when people will be looking for Adventure Mode content, I believe. I've also got people asking me to do Caves of Cut content. I guess at the end of the day, the problem is, I'm one dude. It's just me. And those videos take 60 hours to make on top of my normal streaming time. Streaming pays the bills right now. The videos don't pay the bills as much, but in the direction that they're currently going, they may at some point. So maybe at some point I will stream half as much and just spend more time editing. That is a future that could happen to me. We'll see what happens. I released a video 3 weeks ago, and then I spent a week kind of going, oh, finally I released a video. And then I went on vacation. You're having moderate garbage feelings due to the candy elevated level of blood sugar. Ah. What was the sun's costume? Sorry if I've asked you that before. Well, here's the reason I haven't hired a contractor in like 3 sentences. Reason number 1, I wouldn't hand it off to a random freelancer. That's reason number 1. Reason number 2, I can't afford even a random freelancer. If I were to hire an editor, they would have to impress me with their ability to like mimic my editing style, or there'd be no point, right? Like, I guarantee you, more YouTubers than you realize are using full-time editors. Vast majority of like the large ones that put out videos on the same level of scale that I'm currently using are using editors, right? Hell, Ambiguous Amphibian has 2 editors, I think.
Or stupid cheers, X100.
So you need to realize that character can absolutely be acquired by an editor. And a good editor will look at the way a thing already is presented and mimic that, right? And then accept feedback and fix it. So it's a very large sum of work to get a good editor. And then usually once you get a good editor, they're expensive. And right now, I'm just at the point where my own salary is enough to get a mortgage. I ain't getting an editor anytime soon. I can tell you right now, if I was working 60 hours a week, which I try not to, that wouldn't be enough hours for me to get all of the work done that I want to get done each week. Already. I generally end up working about 50. And weeks when I put out a video, I usually do about 120. So this is going to be Ice Blue. Thanks for all the support recently, by the way. And IR Stupid, thanks for the $1. I will do my damnedest, Mark Gordon. Thank you very much for the $19.99 in YouTube monies. He often feels envious of others. Likes a little excitement now and then. And is stubborn. Is very humble. Has a greedy streak and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He tries to do things correctly each time. And he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. He has an active sense of humor and can handle stress, occasionally overindulges, and is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and rarely speaks when he's exasperated. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He personally sees guile and cunning as indirect and worthless, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important, but dreams of skill mastery. He likes granite, gold, and chrysoprase, or however you pronounce that, pigtail paper, decahedra, and bags. Just bags in general. All kinds of bags. Reusable bags, plastic bags, leather bags, paper bags, reindeer for their large herds, and anoles for their ability to change color. Can anoles really change color? I didn't know that. And the site of the wonder of pantomiming, and when possible prefers to consume black bullhead and brook lamprey, and pomegranate wine, and dwarven wheat flour, hide root, and can't stand cave spiders. Me neither. He's got 2 kids. One of them doesn't live here, and his wife is Stukos. His nephew is Angular Donut, and he's got quite the family and long-term acquaintances. Welcome to the fort. Also, Angular Donut seems to be doing quite well. Did you have any more permanent thoughts? Blissful after becoming a parent. Well, that's good. Hey, YouTube chat and Twitch chat. Can I get a round of beers for both Dave Danger the Warlock, 13 months, and the $20 in YouTube money? Appreciate you, mate. YouTube, you can use the YouTube emoji or just click the heart button. And Starscape, Scrape, who's definitely not IR stupid. Thanks as well. Let's dig into this rock salt layer a little bit and get some rock salt up in here. We're about to get hit by an ad break, so once again, I will pause the game when the ad break pops. And that's Kesserite. I will also auto-mine that. A artifact crossbow, which is currently being wielded by this dwarf, who is my mayor, oddly enough. Which means maybe I should swap it to a different dwarf. Because I don't really want my mayor to be a military dwarf. Let's just see if I can find another dwarf that would work well as a military dwarf. Dreams of attaining a rank in society.
Or stupid cheered. X 333.
You're stupid. Thanks for $3.33. It's only 2 Prime subs away from a hype train. Just looking for a dwarf that dreams of mastering a skill. She is brave in the face of imminent danger, dreams of mastering a skill, personally believes that a strong and peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, sees merrymaking as a waste, and views loyalty unfavorably. What's your name there, dwarf? Logan, the weaponsmith. Although here, we'll make you easier to find. Okay, hold on a second. Anonymous, thanks for checking out a gift. Darius, thanks for the 5-pack. And thank you very much for the hype train. I allowed visitors in my last fort. I think it's more just a outcome of you not happening to be watching while I have visitors in my fort. Actually, I had visitors in my last 2 forts. All right, there you go. And now that's a hype train. That's already at level 2 here on Twitch. To level up the hype train, we need $6 in bits or 2 subscriptions. Well, if you want a dwarf to end up being mayor, you need to train speech skills, because that's what makes them become a mayor, basically. So what you have to do is you have to essentially tell them to... I'm losing the wording here because there's things happening. You have to tell them to... You have to make sure that you have a dwarf that is doing a job that will train their speech before you get elves, which likely have higher speech skills in your fort. So have a dwarf set as a tavern keeper or something like that, because being a tavern keeper trains speech. Speech skills are important. Broker, tavern keep, yes, accurate. Hold on a second. I have to read some things. Ira Stupid, thanks for 67 pennies. Ira Stupid, thanks for the gift subs, the 2 of them, to level up the train. And Ice Blue, thanks for the 5-pack. You are very kind, chat. Often, but not always. Deviled On, thanks for the 5-pack as well. Leveling up the hype train once again. Thank you so much for the kindness this week, guys. It means a lot. It really does. Really, 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 really does. Okay, so I'm going to go up to here real quick, and we're going to make some stockpiles. Trying to decide where I want to put my kitchens. Let's just say drinks and prepared meals. Because what's beneath this? Yeah, I don't really want to do kitchens. Well, I could do kitchens here. Food storage here. Tavern here. That could work. Although that's an aquifer, so no, it won't. Well, then I could do kitchens here. Food storage here, maybe? Let's see if I can dig out an area right here. By kitchens, I mean like kitchens, stills, places where food and drinks are prepared. Yeah, that would make sense. Then I could also put 2 more bedrooms into here. Have this run through here. Moro of Partnerversary. Well, thank you for the $1. Appreciate you. Although, side point, I've had plenty of elves in my fort recently. I can't remember the last time I had an elven mayor. It's been a while. Like, I do remember having quite a few in a short period of time, but it's been a long time since I've had an elven mayor, just in general. Non-dwarves can join your fort, yeah. Has your wife already accepted that streaming is able to pay your bills full-time? 1, what the fuck makes you think I have a wife? 2, no, because I don't have a wife. 3, I used to live with an ex, and she was totally fine with it. And 4, I pay all my bills and have paid all my bills using purely streaming since 2018. Because I quit my day job in 2018. Or a technically night job, but... What? There's a wild pile of assumptions in that statement. Okay, so this right here is going to do this. I'm also going to go down here and make a rock salt stockpile. It would help if I accepted it. I will never fully understand the fascination of people wanting to know, is it acceptable that you do your dream job? Like, I wouldn't do it if it wasn't. Like, if I wasn't able to pay my bills full time, I wouldn't be doing this. Right? Like, that's a kind of a crazy statement to me. If I'm presuming that's a joke, and I will say, you misheard, mate. Get your ears checked. Emperor Iron. And thank you very much for the hype train, chat. The 19 subscriptions and $5 in bits. You know, the worst part about streaming full-time is people constantly demanding that you revalidate the fact that you can make a living doing this. You either can or you can't. And I really wish I didn't have to revalidate myself to people in chat constantly. It's like, I make a living doing this. Accept that. It's that simple. Just like many other people do. I would say it's no more ridiculous than making a living like running Uber Eats. I'm an independent contractor with Google. Like, yeah, there was definitely lean years, but I wish I didn't have to re-justify that to people constantly. Okay, so then I will make a second stop that goes right there. This one will go, the second one will go north when empty of desired items. This one will go this way. So let's lower the number of days a little bit. Oh, this one can stay 24 because I don't actually need it that often. Blue Sky and Mastodon, fuck Twitter. I had a Blue Sky account like almost a year ago because some lovely individual sent me an invite for it. And everybody was like, ew, it looks like Twitter. I don't want to use it. Now people are like, Blind, do you have Blue Sky? Everybody's asking me now. It's like, man, I had this before it was cool. What kind of wood do I has? I don't know what that is. I mean, possibly. That it would fit while I'm playing that. I'll put it this way. I would rather make less money and have a large number of people giving me $5 a month than make more money and depend on the whims of a random giant corporation to decide that it's still viable to fund me with sponsorships. It just seems like a more viable way of living. I've always kind of operated that way. Okay, so there is an aquifer right there. Migrants have arrived. Just gonna take a quick peek at a few of them. Still getting a little bit of menu lag. I wonder what's causing that. There's definitely something going on the map somewhere. Let me check the respect power. Yeah, no, you wouldn't be any good in the military. You're too creative. High kinesthetic sense. The only thing that bothers me about marketing in sports, though, is when you have like marketing for the companies that allow you to bet on the sport while also showing the sport. There's something weird about that to me. Like, I'm fine with gambling. If you want to gamble, go gamble. But it's weird to see ads for gambling on sports. That's kind of where I draw the line. It's genuinely weird to me. Hateful and ambitious. Whoa. Ambitious and hateful. Typical cook. Higher agility. Purist. Migrants are always walking backwards. I'm trying to figure out what that means. Is it because of the direction the sprites are facing? I don't even really register that they're only pointing in one direction, so no. Can handle stress. Disdains competition. Perfectionist. Also, I'm just going to jump over to here. Those two fulls right there. Accomplished gem cutter. Zany, extravagant, stubborn, and rude. What an unpleasant dwarf. Quick to love and agile, values tradition. Some random deer. In terms of creating a great work of art. Good memory, tough and dutiful. Doesn't handle stress well, though. You disdain like everything, even martial prowess. Well. But yeah, spatial sense and kinesthetic sense both lend towards agility. Dreams of attaining a rank in society. Man, that's 2 of them now. Kogan. Well, that's one squad full. Let's see, do they all have gear? Yep, except for pants and boots, which I haven't made yet. Okay, let's just go over here and go to the work orders and kitchen menu. Please don't cook any of my beers or alcohols. Oopsies. Labor kitchen. Yeah, don't cook the plump helmets. Yep. Okay, don't cook plump helmet spawn. Don't cook pigtail spawn. We can cook Dimple Cup. I'm not going to do anything with those anytime soon. I'll disable them if I want to start using them. Let's also disable the barley. Hello, Mind. Hope you're doing better than you were day before yesterday, not yesterday. Got a barley mine barrel. Ain't that lovely? I think I'm actually going to make a constructed track here, because I think they do look better. This is going to be a very short minecart track. Glad to hear it, mate. Hope time makes things easier. And then this right here, you can take a nethercap cart. And then in a moment, we'll have another minecart down here. Right here. Nope, not the boulder. Well, the minecart. With a cart, I would recommend watching my tutorial on the perfect quantum stockpile. It's one of those easier things to explain when you see it. But the simple version is make a track stop and set it to dump in a direction, which is what it's doing. And then dump into a stockpile labeled for that thing, because they'll just do that. automatically. So get filled up again. It's a feature? Yes. It would be weird if it wasn't. Yeah, no, quantum stockpiling is absolutely a feature. It was originally a design oversight, but Tarn went, oh, that's kind of neat. There's several bugs that have been bugs in the game that stopped being bugs after, like, them being discovered because, well, they improved the game. And the developers of this game are very much in the favor of, if it makes the gameplay experience better for people playing the video game, it's a feature. I would actually argue that there are plenty of bugs with Gremlins that should be fixed that can't be fixed, but they do make them hilarious. That's just funny. Like, genuinely? That shit's just funny. Such is the way of life? Yeah, such is the way. Dwarves can just do that? Yep. Dwarves just have some magic powers that we just can't fully comprehend. Well, actually, let's work on this lower area first. You know, I'll just state this. If you need DF hack to make a quantum stockpile, that is absolutely a goddamn skill issue. Because it's so easy to make them with one singular minecart track. If you actually need DF hack to make a quantum stockpile, that's a massive skill issue. Like, if you have to, like, use command line tasks to do something that's actually exceedingly simple, then that's nuts to me. I mean, I also have DF hack running, but I don't think I've ever used DF hack to make a quantum stockpile. It's a very simple technique, I don't know. But you did just admit it, Medic Blue. Happy to help, though. I don't recommend that at all, Danix, for a multitude of reasons, but I'll just simply end it at, I don't recommend you do that. There's no reason to elaborate more than that. I just don't recommend you do that. Save the game? Sure, if you insist. Also, thanks for all the follows on Blue Sky, apparently. I'm also just checking something real quick. Although game's finished saving, so I should tap back. There we go. So these are going to be my kitchens, and we're going to have a minecart route running up here to deliver food. This is going to be long-term food storage, although I'm not primarily going to use the minecart. I'm actually going to do something that I don't normally do. I'm going to set an unload command instead of quantum stockpiling it, because I don't want my food to be quantum stockpiled. So let's go down here, go over to here. I'm going to actually use 2. We're going to call this prepared food / drink. Shut off my camera for a second so it's easier for you to see. Start this. Oops. Place the first stop, which will go right there. Place the second stop, which will go right there. First stop, it's going to go this way. Second stop, it's going to go in the opposite direction. I can't fully connect all of this just yet, but what I can do is I can go here. You move down here. And I'll say that you right here will load from this. But none of this is done yet, so I will also go up to here and say, "Hoi, remove this." Move them down there. These also need to move. It's beautiful that that can work. Well, it's not presented in the game's basic tutorial for the same reason that, like, minecart shotguns aren't. There's no reason for things like quantum stockpiling to be shown in the basic tutorial, because it's a completely irrelevant thing that you can do in the game, right? Like, mist generators are a accepted mechanic in the game, but the game will never tell you how to make a mist generator. And you want to know why? Because the game wants you to play the game the way the game was initially intended. And it is very trivial, I think is probably the best word to use, to set up a fortress that doesn't upset your dwarves to the point of needing mist generators. That being said, mist generators can certainly help, but you don't need them. So the tutorial is only going to tell you the things that you need to do. I think that if a video game or a tutorial for a video game, in painful and painstaking levels of detail, explains every single mechanic, especially if it's a game that's based on discovery, aren't you missing out on a lot of the game because you are willfully ignoring the fact that this is a video game where its progression is discovering ways of doing things? But I have nothing in the character sheet that gives you a clue as to why. You sure you don't have anything in the character sheet that gives you a clue as to why? Do they have any unmet needs? I'm sure they have unmet needs. It's probably something to do with their unmet needs. Or needs aren't being satisfied enough. Maybe they're very greedy. Yeah, it would be like, yeah, exactly. If Skyrim started you with a maxed out stealth archer build and says, "Stab him in the back, duder." It's that kind of thing. Or like if Doom gave you a little arrow pointing towards where the secrets are. I mean, like, sure, fine, but where's the actual excitement there? Or like if The Witcher had a little dot over the side quests that have the good writing in it. They don't really. You have to find those, right? Discovering things in video games is the beauty of video games. You can absolutely have a self-sufficient, happy fortress without using any player discovered, is probably the word, mechanics. Right? Like, it's... Next fort, you need to utilize minecarts more. It's a goal of yours. Minecarts are fun. Yeah, I mean, Doom is like maybe a bad example because of how like synonymous it is with its cheat codes. But like, I don't know. I think modern player demands of everything needing to be explained to you from the start is goofy. Dilfil, hello! How are you? It's good to see you. That's also a possibility that Ilmirin pointed out. Like, it might be one of those things, the only thing is not being able to pray, but you have a temple, and she, to a god that she is worshipping, and also her husband has another lover, and there's no mention of jealousy. Well, I would say, what is she doing on an average day? Like, if she's really that bad, maybe burrow her in an area where she can get food, and in an area where she can pray, and in an area where she can sleep, like her bedroom. So burrow her into her bedroom, an area to get food and drink and whatnot, and her temple, and let her achieve that mood and see if that fixes her needs. Maybe she has a traumatic thought from her past that she keeps rethinking. Like, it could be a lot of things. Although I'm going to edit this real quick. We're going to go into seeds, and I'm going to say all except for cave wheat, sweet pods, plum, spawn, and pogtails, pigtails. Imagine if they were called pogtails. It's pogtails. Woo. You know what? I will just get rid of this stockpile. Boink. But that's the beauty of it, right, Thondrix? Any fun dwarf tricks? Hey, chat, what's the plan for today? Thank you, Thondrix. The layout will be the same. Yes, the dwarves will not change your layout. That is to save player sanity. Okay, so this right here is going to be half dining room, half meeting zone. And they're both going to be assigned to be a tavern. And I'm going to set this to no visitors because I don't want goblins coming in to spy on me. We have a skilled comedian who happens to be my broker. I'm going to set them up as an entertainer. The Lime of Ropes. Sure, that could be a better name, but you're also going to be the same zone. We now have a temple. For the first time in 4 years, these dwarves can make merry. And recite poetry. Look at that. Giddy after performing. Zokman! Thanks for the raid. How was your stream today, friend? What were you up to? Weren't you dwarfing? I think you were. Yes, you were. How was the dwarfing? Did you get all of the endorphins in your head? I hope you had a good time. And thanks much for sending your folks my way. Also, mods, can I get a shout out for the raiders, if possible? Even an aquifer and even like a light aquifer? It is genuinely crazy to me that so many people who play Dwarf Fortress still have this like tremendous fear of aquifers. Was good. Got started digging a big hole. Cool. What kind of big hole? If you like the asymmetric design on my forts, you should also definitely give a friend of the channel Deep Space a view. Let's actually just finish these up. It's very unlikely I'll have any jewelers.
Overcome my fear and frustration with light aquifers.
I mean, they're super useful, Frogbriar. So yeah, we're not gonna have any jewelers, but I can give you a weaponsmith if you like. But happy to help, Frogfire. Lady Weaponsmith it is. I could give you this dwarf, who's the commander of the commander of the Marksdwarf squad, but let's see who's around and available. How about this one? Actually, hold on. Let me just do something real quick. Oh shit, no. Reset to defaults. Add a new work detail. Don't add gem cutting to mining. Do I have any lady jewelers? You could have the bookkeeper, who's a talented gem setter. I could do that. Or Salone, who's a wrestler, who probably won't ever get to do this task, but is a novice gem cutter. Does Bombwreck sound good to you? Bookkeeper it is. Okay. Also toss you into here. Maybe you as well. All right, broker. You're currently meditating on death. She is never moved by the emotions of others, and she is sometimes cruel. She likes a little excitement now and then and is conflicted by this, as she considers tranquility preferable to tumult conceptually. She tends to think before acting, and she has a sense of duty. She lives a fast-paced life, and she doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. She can handle stress. She has a greedy streak. And she likes to brawl, and she is disturbed by this since she values quiet, at least in the abstract. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally values tranquility and a peaceful day. Likes bismuth, brown jasper, and bat leather, picks geese for their formation flying, and moths for their coloration. The words of the sight of wonder and the words of the scribe of playing, the sound of the gem of silver, and the sight of the wonder of pantomiming. Sorry, that's just a hard sentence to read. And prefers to consume giant armadillo, beetroot wine, and rambutan seeds. You have 3 friends in the fort. Reg, Logum, and a devilish potat. And if you'll wonder after incompetently performing the rites of the communion, of the Ashen Communion in an undedicated temple. And you're satisfied upon improving weaponsmithing. That's kind of amazing. I mean, I've got this lovely little aquifer river here, right? Which is just like a free source of power and is just going to slowly live here. Or quietly live here, I guess. until I start attaching power to it, and then it'll loudly live there. I think it's beautiful, personally. I think I'm going to...
Thanks for streaming, dude. It's been a joy catching your streams.
Thanks for watching. Percussion. Thanks for watching the streams. Streams wouldn't be here if people didn't watch them, so thanks for watching them. I think this is going to be my stone crafting and stonework area, as well as the rest of my metalworking area. We'll have a little covered tunnel running across here. You know, also, could also connect it there. And let's go into military. Did I not make armor stands? I thought I did. I just haven't started making those yet. That's bizarre. And thanks for the 7 months, mate. Your dwarf is not dead, Butch. But you are currently constructing a slate statue of a dwarf. You're a legendary miner and a grandmaster weaponsmith. You actually really would like some martial training. Are you okay with me putting you in the military? In the near or further future? All right, I'm going to take you off of mining and give that to the first random dwarf I see. And I'm going to make a new shield squad. Say bars. Let's just make 2 steel shields. If a human joins my fort as a full citizen, is it possible they would ever migrate to a new fort in the same world? They won't migrate, but they can show up as a visitor. So I don't know if Raging Cave is here, but there was a human that I had for a while named Raging Cave who showed up a bunch of times in different forts as a thief trying to steal my stuff. And then after a while finally showed up as like somebody who could join as a citizen. And I said yes. And then he existed in that fort for a bit and then showed up at a different fort again as a criminal trying to steal my stuff. And I'm not gonna lie, very amusing, like, series of events, and I wouldn't have traded it for a thing. That was wonderful. Hysterical, even. What's even better was, like, he was married to a necromancer who is, like, a pretty prolific evil necromancer in the world, right? And he was like 70 years old, and every time he would show up and try to steal my stuff, he wouldn't die, but like would get caught by the captain of the guard, interrogated or beaten, chained up for a bit, and then released. So each time he'd like, oh, he lost a hand. Okay, he lost a foot. Massive scar tissue. No teeth left, kind of thing. So by the time he finally joined one of my feet, he was like crutch bound, missing a leg, had one hand, massive scarring all over his face, no teeth, 90 years old, human man, just like shows up. Everybody, can I be a member of your part? It was very good times. Solid memories of that one. Very amusing. Maximum comedy, even. What's even better is he would always lie about his name. So he would show up with like a different name every time. And it was quite literally like to the point where we were making, how do you do, fellow dwarfs? Joke. It's like, we know your name isn't Urist, mate. You've tried this one before. Like, come on. Your name is written on your forehead. We did that last time you were here. We know who you really are. But he'd always show up as like a bard, but like with a spear and a shield and full suit of armor. It's like, yeah. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers for Percuss with the 7 months? Greatly appreciate you, mate. I kind of feel for the guy, though, because I feel like he was just trying to impress his wife. I mean, she seems like a tough cookie to impress. All right, I'm going to go into these jobs, and I'm going to pause all of these make coffer jobs, and the weapon rack jobs, and the cabinet jobs, and these statue jobs. And just let them do the, well, maybe not, maybe one of the statue jobs will leave going. And then let's just get them making blocks instead. Like, just work on those blocks. And thrones, apparently. How can you tell that they're lying? When you interrogate them, it tells you that they're a real name, but there's a bug in the game right now where if you try and edit their name, so if you go here, this dwarf's name is Tun, right? If you edit their name and you go blah, 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 when you go to type on it and you select the field, it shows their real name here. So instead of showing blank, it shows their real name, which is a big bug. They need to fix that. But I'm a stupid person who's played too much of this video game. I can tell you what is a dwarven culture name and what is an elven culture name and what is a human culture name. So if an elf shows up with a dwarf name, and I know for a fact we're at war with elves, then they're definitely lying. Or if like a bard shows up to visit my fort and they're wearing a full suit of armor, they're lying about the fact that they're a bard. They're not actually a bard. They're definitely a mercenary. So there's some tells that make it pretty obvious if you know what you're looking for, which will never stop being funny. Well, then they would show up with heavy metal instruments, you know? Just like a pizza, a spear is not an instrument. So 404 dwarf not found, our chief medical dwarf and professional weaponsmith is going into a strange mood. Time to cross our fingies and hope that they make something cool. I did not even see what they grabbed. Steel bars. Sandstone blocks. See, that's certainly possible. But, like, it's not going to change the fact that I will be immediately suspicious of a human with a dwarven name. Especially, like, if you look at groups and it doesn't say that they came from your group. So, the Lancers of Martyring is the only dwarven civ, right? So, if a bard shows up and it doesn't say that they're from the Lancers of Martyring and they have a dwarven name, then I have a question. Or if they just have none listed, then they're withholding things. So then I have questions. Or say they have a human name from a human faction, but they're saying that they're from the Lancers of Martyring. That's also draws into question. So there's just a lot of tells, right? Can he make a whip? Only if he likes whips. It's possible he could make a whip. Be weird if he did, though. I've had dwarves make artifact turbans, which are not items that dwarves can make. All right, chat. I'm going to go eat a boiled egg because I'm kind of hungry. and let you guys follow this dwarf. Cross your fingers and toes and hope they make a cool artifact for us. Can I get a big round of beers for good luck for this dwarf? I will be right back. Thanks for all the pipe trains and stuff today. You guys are very kind. Needs leather, skin, stone rock, bones. It's probably bones that he needs. Because I have leather right there. So let's just grab a butcher shop and butcher something. But yeah, no, I would agree that this dwarf's cooking. Cooking with butchery. Slaughter this reindeer. And I'll also quickly throw down a leatherworks again. It's kind of a bummer that all we're getting is possessions right now, but... Dwarf also wants to be around friends. All right. Butchered the reindeer, so now he's going for it. Dilfo, thank you very much for the whole year. Time flies, man. Chat, can I get 12 months worth of beer? However many beer you think that may be. All right, so he's got steel bars, sandstone, and sandstone, cow leather, pigtail cloth, and stray reindeer bone. That's like the most vanilla leather you could get. Hopefully this dwarf makes us something cool. Please, dwarf. Make us something cool. So that another one of my military dwarves can use an actual weapon. Instead of, you know, 2 shields. You like your shields? I like shields too, but I would also really like my dwarves to be able to actually use weapons. But I do agree that shields are fun. Shield bash first, ask questions later is a pretty solid strategy sometimes too. No, they certainly can do quite a bit of damage, but there's certain types of enemies they can't do any damage to whatsoever. Just like Forgotten Beast's push attacks. Another Steel Warhammer. That's 2 now. So Kick Roast 404 not found. The Chief Medical Dwarf has created Thaimarubar Thomas Elir, a Steel Warhammer, and offers it to the Storm of Artifacts. Lightning has struck twice. When in doubt, more hammer, exactly. Has been a goblin lady? Oh, that's kind of fun. I have a question. Ian Boyd in YouTube chat. What's the name of this goblin liaison? So the description of this Moorhammer. All Craftstar ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with reindeer bone and circled with bands of cushioned sandstone cabochons, pigtail, and cow leather. This object menaces with spikes of steel and sandstone. On the item is an image of Ova, listened apes, the elf, and Thelu, twisted maw, the abyssal bone the monster. The abyssal bone. The monster. Okay. Thelu Twistmaw, the abyssal. The abyssal bone. The monster bride of evil in sandstone. The abyssal bone is striking down Ova Listen Apes. The arc relates to the killing of the elf Ova Listen Apes by the monster bride of evil, Thelu Twisted Maw, the abyssal bone. In the true plains of 275. Grim. Hey, Mailbill, we got a new toy for you. I'm going to remove this and say, go learn how to hammer whack, please. Cajun Bard, thanks for the 53rd month with Prime. That's a goddamn long time, dude. It's a goddamn long time. You can now go learn the way of hammer. Learn the way of the hammer. Glorious bonk. I love it when they're married and I just get 2 dwarves per bedroom. It's so good. Yeah, no, it certainly doesn't feel like it's been that long. I feel like you just started watching the stream recently, but... I mean, I got a 2-year resub from Deep Space recently. And I remember he started watching, it was like about 3 months before the Steam version came out. So yeah, I don't know. It's been a time. And time certainly does fly. I'm just gonna say for my own sanity here.
Speaking of.
Deep Space, thanks for the 26th month. Hey chat, can I get a shout out for Deep Space, please? I'll do it in a sec if it doesn't pop. Here, I'll just do it. It's all good. It's on pause now. Go give Deep Space a follow. Please and thank you. Very chill Dwarf Fortress streams. With a wizard vibe. Cuddle? Interesting. So you've got a dwarven culture, Ian Boyd, goblin. That's cool. Also, we've got an ad break for another 10 seconds. Also, I gotta say, Dwarf Fortress has been on and off sale for a while. It's really brought a lot of new people into the game. It's cool to see sales work. Running a little low on the drinks. But that is okay. No problem, Deep Space. What's the point of streaming if you can't help grow the directory? Also, like, it's kind of amazing to me because you're one of the few who are still at it, you know? Like, streaming in general as a hobby has a lot of turnover. It's often not something people do for very long. They get unrealistic expectations and then quit very quickly a lot of the time. So it's very neat to see you be one of the few who's stuck through it and stuck with it, you know? Let's just brew up some fruits. What, started for a bit and then gave up? Or burnt out? With unrealistic expectations? I mean, I get odd looks from people sometimes when I say, don't try to do this for a living. Because you won't. Until you least expect it. But the reason I say that is because I did this for like a year and a half before I made more than $100 a year. So, you know, it took a while. Like, I think people see success and they presume success comes quickly, but that's not the case. Unless you get absurdly lucky, in which case, good for you. When there's no one messaging in chat, I do have a pro tip for that. Do you have any friends? I realize that this hinges on you having friends. So if you don't have friends, well, but my pro tip for that is if you happen to have friends, like the second you go live, send them a text and say, hey, can you hang up my chat and talk at me, please? Just until somebody else shows up. And then just get them to, like, you know, bullshit with you every 10 to 15 minutes. Until something changes and somebody else pops in. At which point then say, hey, dude, thanks a ton. Like, that means a lot. And then don't worry about it so much. But that is genuinely my best advice for anybody trying to do this. Lurking while driving home? Enjoy the lurks. Drive safe. So now minecart will come here. I presume finished drinks will be put into this. Yep. In pots and barrels. Then when it's full, this will be transported. And then when it gets up to here, it'll give to there. So it'll start down here, fill up with things. Although I'm definitely going to need to lower that down to 25. It's going to take a while to fill these up. Because this is going to need to run frequently. Well, it's almost 25% full, so. It'll also make this a lot easier because this stockpile will stay emptier. Made you so tired after 3 hours? See, that's also an unrealistic expectation, I would say, Ben Gorgon. Because as an example, the average length of my stream for like the first year was about an hour and a half. It took me years to get to the point where I was consistently streaming more than an hour and a half. Because I just didn't have time. I had a girlfriend at the time. I had like a day life that I needed to take care of. I had a job. Streaming wasn't paying the bills, so it was a hobby. And just a hobby. Nothing more than that for quite some time. So it should be getting pushed regardless, yes. That happens when you play a lot of a video game. EBO. You automatically just putting it in there? Yeah, you did. Well, that's kind of cool. Because this is a give stockpile, they're actually just unloading it directly into this. Kind of wasn't expecting them to do that, but that's neat that they did. Got some songs being sung. That's cool. That is cool. Down here, I'm also going to add something else to this stockpile, which is going to be barrels. And rock pots. Which I think are considered tools. Or just pots, rather. Maybe they are finished goods. Yes. Well, see, here's the dirty reality of streaming. This is something that's consistent for almost every streamer I've ever met. Streaming ruins video games. And if you allow me a second to elaborate, video games are a hobby, a fun pastime. Streaming is its own hobby. That comes with its own expectations and its own needs and requirements. And the reason I say if you have 3 hours to play video games, don't stream 3 hours of video games, stream an hour and a half, is because you want to keep that as something for yourself. Unless it's a job, do not use the maximum amount of time you have for video games as time to stream video games. Or you will set unrealistic expectations for your own ability to play them and your own ability to enjoy them. Because you're suddenly having to do a large amount of things on top of that that isn't for your own enjoyment. If you want to stream as a hobby. You don't spend all of your time doing one hobby. You probably have a hobby or two, right? So if you want to treat streaming as its own unique entity, not playing video games. Because playing video games is completely different than streaming. It's always been that way and should always be that way. Oh, I screwed this up. When empty of desired items, go this way. Keep running into an issue where dwarves don't put certain things. Sounds like you've got a setting wrong. I don't know how to answer that question without necessarily looking at it, but it really sounds like you've got a setting wrong. Like, really, that's what it sounds like. Do I want to put butchers here? So you remade the stockpile identically? Yeah, I mean, I'd have to look at it to be able to actually give you an answer. It's kind of not something I can actually answer just through intuition, but... You know, the biggest lie, and I've argued with chat about this several times, Cajun. The biggest lie is that if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. No. If you love what you'll do, you'll get basic levels of work-life balance happiness. You will absolutely work days in your life, and it doesn't matter how much you love what you do, some days will just be hell and feel like horrendously large amounts of work. It does not matter how much you like what you do. There will be some days where you just don't want to do it. But that doesn't mean you can't have a healthy work-life balance. And liking what you do is the first step towards having a healthy work-life balance. Work is work. Yeah, that sounds bizarre. Let me know if you figure out what the cause was, Eldridge. Sounds educational. For me, it's if you don't mind what you do and you enjoy the process, even on the bad days, that's the best situation you could ask for as a human. And ideally, if you have the ability to take a day off when you need it, that is an even better situation. But I love this job. Absolutely love this job. And I love video games and I love the video game industry. There are days when I fucking hate doing this. Sometimes I'm just in a shitty mood. That's just being human. You can still have a healthy balance even if you don't like what you do? Sure, but it's much easier to have a healthy balance if you do like what you do. So everybody should strive to do something they like doing, but this kind of labor, by that I mean freelance, technically being an Amazon employee, no guaranteed benefits, doesn't work for most people. I mean, I've said this many times and also gotten into arguments with people about this because it'll make sense when I say what I'm about to say, but, you know, if I didn't have socialized healthcare, I never would have made it. Or maybe I would have, but then I would have had to quit. Because being a type 1 diabetic, trying to do this for a living in a country that doesn't have socialized healthcare, it just wouldn't be an option. Just period. Like, I'd be able to afford my meds, but my monthly medical cost would be, like, over $1,000. Quite literally. So, and it also depends on where in the world you are. Like, I know somebody, well, I haven't spoke to him in years, but he still streams full-time. I see him on all the time. I know a guy who lives in South Africa. He streams to an audience of, like, 25. And he makes a couple $100 a month. But because of currency conversions from US dollar, he supports a family with 2 kids. So, it depends on where in the world you are. I happen to be lucky enough to be born in Canada, where shit's expensive. And I generally am fine. Yeah, sure. There's definitely a lot of, like... So I'm responding to YouTube chat here from Sean. There's definitely a lot of things that a person can do to make their day-to-day easier. Absolutely. But it's not a, like, it's not an all or nothing, right? Like, if you love what you do, life's easy. No, that's not true. It's just kind of there's a big asterisk on that statement. There's obviously elements of truth to it, but it's a big asterisk. I'm simply explaining the asterisk. Some more migrants have arrived, and it is exciting. And they brought a peacock. A lot of dwarves here are good with language. High speech stats. New dwarfs for the forges? Absolutely. Kind of forgot about this. Probably finish it. I like that you just popped in and said, fucking Balatro, no context. What's up, IHQMD? Happy to help, Father Dux. Over 350 hours? You just built your first library? Hell yeah. Welcome to the world of games that you can actually probably play forever. That's all just fucking Balatro. Okay, got it. I mean, I get it. That is a very weird sentence. I'm going to read this out loud from Aaron in YouTube chat. You are self-motivated to put in work and effort towards the job when you love it, but work-life balance still means you hate having to work at all. That's not what work-life balance means. It means you need to be financially and physically capable of taking time off when you need it. So either that's like a weird translation kind of thing, or you don't know what work-life balance means. I'm presuming weird translation, but if anybody else can, like, translate that, that'd be fantastic. But it's making me scratch my head slightly. It's almost trading season. Up to 85 dwarfs. I mean, making a blue steak is easy. You just don't cook it. What's the problem? Forehead? I still don't get it, Aaron, but okay. I don't mind having to work. Work is fine. It's an activity to do. I think for me, it's just important to be able to take time off. And I'll be honest with you, I would say this year was the first year in my life where I actually had pre-planned vacations that weren't work-related. Because this is the first year of my life that I've had the financial independence to be able to do that. It's kind of a fact. At least since becoming an adult. Sure, but do you have a better sentence for it? You know, like, back in the day, before any of us were born, you had to make sure you had enough food for the winter. That was your work-life balance. You worked your ass off when the weather was good to hopefully have enough food to survive when the weather wasn't good. That's work-life balance, right? Like, I think it's just part of being a living creature. You have to do some sort of labor at some point, whether that's raising children or, you know, feeding yourself. Like, at some point in your time of existence on this planet, you will have to do some sort of work. Unless you're, like, a billionaire or some form of royalty, at which case, then the only work you need to do is smiling and nodding and pretending to give a shit and hope nobody cuts your head off. Basically, hope you weren't born in France. Also, hello, Obo. How are you? Staycation starts now. How long's your staycation? If this humble streamer can ask. I hope I wasn't born in France every day and it's worked so far. That's funny. One day you wake up, God damn it! No! Unironically, I would like to visit France. Seems like a neat place to visit. Although the lack of air conditioning is somewhat concerning. Bit of a put-off. Because you burn the fuck out due to more than 2 years without vacation? Yeah, that's terrible. I hope you get your vacation. I mean, I did that for years. Like, I'm on record stating I didn't take a vacation from 2015 until 2022. Quite literally. What's even better is during that time, when my ex still lived with me, she went on vacations, and I stayed home. Like, because someone had to pay rent. Till next Friday? Hell yeah. That's a good amount of time. Any plans for your staycation? My mom and dad always yell about how I need to go to Prague. And then I just see Adam something videos talking about how terrible Prague is. And I go, I don't know who to trust anymore. But I don't know. Turns out Canada's really big. And there's lots of Canada I haven't seen. So. And Prague is a kind of far away flight. So. Honestly, when I do finally visit Europe, it'll probably be the Netherlands because that's where I have family. And because I could reasonably convince my dad to come with me once he's retired. So, I have a very high feeling that the first time I go to Europe will probably be around TwitchCon Europe time, and it'll probably be Rotterdam. Because that's where TwitchCon Europe happens. Because that's a trip I could write the flights off on my taxes and convince my dad to go so I wouldn't be bored shitless. Because my dad likes to see his cousins. My dad's been there a couple times. What the fuck is prog? It's a misspelling of prologue. Prague is beautiful as long as you don't live there. See, that makes me not want to go there, because then I feel like I'm part of the problem. Well, Prague is short for prog rock, or prog, is short for progressive. So it's the shorthand for a genre, really. Also, Hobo, I'm going to go see Animals as Leaders tonight. Just saying. Which is why I'm fine. I'm happy this Cloud is... Cloud? Wow. Cold is on the downturn. This is my 5th time seeing them, I think? 2nd time this year, actually. I saw them back in, like, February. It's not the tourism that's the big problem. Doesn't matter. Tourism always helps with the problem. But yeah, I probably won't go to Prague. I generally go to places where I either have friends or family, because it makes the process of me traveling less painful, and I fucking hate traveling. I like being in new locations. I just don't like the getting there part. I clicked the wrong button on that. So it's very unlikely I'll ever go to Prague. It's more likely I'd go to Ireland, because I have family in Ireland. You know, if only more people actually knew where the term woke came from, it wouldn't be so awkward to see it pop up out of context. But it's shocking to me how few people actually know where that word came from. So, yeah, no. I may actually have to just set this to dump. I would say it's unwise to intentionally misuse a slang term that was originally used by African Americans that is also currently extremely politically charged. I would say it's a bad idea to do that. But you know what? You live your life. You live your life, friend. But I would implore you that it's maybe a bad idea to misuse terms like that. Hence, why you should know the origins of words you use. You're welcome, I guess. Trying to figure out if this is even a decent idea here. Also, wait. Stockpile 15. Which one are you unloading into?
Crypt beer.
Stockpile 18. Too Tall Dad Gaming. Thanks for the 13th month. That's a year plus one. Appreciate you. Well, another word that gets used in really weird contexts all the time is gank. Like, that's another word that more people should just know the definition of, because it would help avoid awkward outcomes. But to me, there's so many awkward misuses of that word. Like, so many. Like, it cannot be overstated how many awkward misuses of that word there is. Man, that shit's so unfortunate. Red pill, blue pill stuff. So there's this funny thing, Jeffrey Antwiller. America is the continent that we live on, right? Here in Canada. Not the name of a country. The United States of America has co-opted it as the name of their country. It would be like if Spain suddenly decided that their country was named Europe. So, the reality is, yes, we say African Americans because Canada is in the Americas. The dragon stream instead of words. That's kind of funny, Eldridge. I'm sorry. That's your geography lesson from Canada. All right, let's go here. I think it's funny when nobody listens to the lyrics of a song until they're an adult and then they get mad retroactively for the lyrics being politically charged. It's like I saw a series of angry tweets, which were probably just rage baiting around the time that I decided I was never going to use Twitter anymore, that was mad about the recently released System of a Down song for being too political. It's like, mate, you know that BYOB isn't talking about beer, right? Right? Right. You do know that, right? It's like, keep your politics out of the music. It's like, do you know what do you know who you're talking about? Do you even know who Serge Tankin is? What the fuck? Let art be art, is what I like to say, buddy. I mean, wouldn't it be kind of annoying to have to say United States of America African? United States of American African. No, African United States of American. Yeah, no. Trust me, I've met very, 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 very many politically incorrect Canadians. I do not represent the entirety of my country, fortunately and unfortunately. You know, American States United sounds like the name of a punk band. See, I'm not even... I feel bad for that because I have a friend who lives in Alberta, and like whenever I see, I guess these days it would be his Blue Sky feed, him just like mad at his province, it's just like a string of curse words, and I feel so bad for him. It's just like, oh, you poor soul. I mean, at the rate China's going, it might be at some point. Also, unrelated, I fucking love Rage Against the Machine. Oh my god. I'll never see them live, but I fucking love them. Absolutely fantastic. I was listening to local radio recently, and they played Killing of the Name Of, and then he said, no, I won't do what you tell me, boss, and played the same song a second time, which was probably just a pre-planned bit, but it's a good bit. Also, hearing censored radio edits of that song is even funnier. See how many more bedrooms I need to make. Let's also get these walls smoothed. Trash Mac, how was your trashy stream, my trashy friend? I don't know where that came from. Anyway, hi. Hope you're doing well. Hope the stream was good. How were the dwarfs? Were they dwarfing well? If you guys want to see more dwarfy content, I recommend watching Trash Mac. I try to not annoy people for the sake of annoying people, especially if it's not somewhere that I live, because then it's almost always in poor taste. But you can do what you want if you wanna. That might get me canceled if I say that. At shrug. Just saying. Like, those are both terms that are, like, not good here, so I'm okay with not saying that, thanks. They're all trapped in a small room because of a siege. Hopefully it's a small fort with a small population then, and hopefully that room has food. Oh, space potato unite. You murdered a dwarf in year 1. I had one dwarf drown because it dodged out of the way of a were creature and then flew into a river. It was a good time, not for the dwarf. And the were creature got away with it, so hopefully it comes back. Stupid camel. Did Rupert request a dwarf? Oh, shit. Rupert, what kind of dwarf would you like? I didn't see it. My bad. I haven't looked over at my notifications in a while, and super missed it in chat. Thanks for adding me. They may have asked. Let's double check. Oh, do you want Locum specifically? This one? This old bloke? Steam Relics. Steam Relics. Choo-choo. You have poor focus and you hate tradition. I talked to an acquaintance and I feel fond, he says. He dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He has an overinflated sense of self-worth and is slow to anger. He lives a fast-paced life and he is rarely happy or enthusiastic. He is conflicted by this, as he values hiccups, partying, and merrymaking in the abstract. He tries to keep his things orderly and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. He scratches his nose when he's nervous and always takes a deep breath whenever he's surprised. He mutters under his breath when he's thinking, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather and dreams of raising a family. He personally respects perseverance and values hard work and disregards tradition. Finds introspection to be a waste of time and doesn't care about friendship. He likes galena, bismuth, and grey chalcedony, chestnut wood, maces, splints, and chickens for their clucks, and giant mongooses for their cunning, and the words of the beige diamonds, and the sound of the gem of silver. When possible, he prefers to consume guppy and raspberry wine, and can't stand purring maggots. He has a very long beard, which is neatly combed, and no family in the fortress, but he does have 2 friends, Reg and Onal. And he's a member of the Tacturn Communion, which is a religion. The deity he worships is the god of beauty, and he has a great sense of empathy. Poor focus, high stamina, values perseverance, good analytical ability. He does, in fact, have a great beard. Although, I will say, Ezra may have him one-upped up right next to it, but it is a pretty good beard. I wish I could have chickens, man. That's like a life goal of mine, is to have chickens. So the gimmick for this fort, by the way, is dwarves are only allowed to use shields as weapons unless I have an artifact. So currently we have 2 artifact steel warhammers. That's it. And then the rest of the dwarves are just slowly getting real good at using their shields. And that's about it. Although I will take this squatty off training for a little bit. Set them to no orders. Tell them to go do what they got to do. You know, go deal with their other needs. Such as socializing and being with friends. Or making some friends, I guess, in this case. I will say yes, asterisk. I'm not really going after stolen artifacts. Edict, but yes. Any named weapon will count. But I'm not going out of my way to acquire them. I'm primarily focusing on making my own. It gives them more meaning, if that makes any sense. Also, do gem and wall geode artifacts count? Artifact, well, like named. Oh wait. Do you mean like the godly items? Yeah, well, as presuming they're the named ones, then yes, they would count. Basically, my limitation is item with name that isn't smeltable are the weapons that we're allowed to use. That's kind of where the limitation ends, but the ones that I can dedicate the most to are ones that my dwarves in my fort have made. I am planning to raid a lot of sites, but I'm trying to train up my military to be competent first. Speaking of artifacts. Oh no. Some dabbling stonecutter. What a waste. You could have been perfect! You failed me, dwarf. You failed me. I have a couple audio slave tapes, Jeffrey. Rest in peace, Chris. Although I will say the later work that Rage Against the Machine put out was mostly covers. Or most of their later work that I liked was mostly covers. So, there is that. All right, let's go here. Drop that off. See what you grab next. Fancy gems. Wait a second. Wait a second. I didn't trade yet. Oh wait, no, sorry. I misread that. I read that as winter, not autumn. Okay, my bad. I was like, what? We're in winter. I don't know how I read that. I'm hallucinating now. That's always a bad sign. I like how this dwarf is happy about everything except for the fact that they had to talk to an acquaintance. It's like interested, blissful, delighted, euphoric, interested, giddy. Had to talk to somebody I know. Totally not Creed. Thanks for the prime, Totally not Creed. Check your primes if your primes are up, says Creed. Who's totally not Creed. Cloth thread, tree of life, bones, yes. Bars metal. Stone rock. Bones, yes. Okay, so you need me to slaughter something else? Piggy it be. Or they're just antisocial. You have to be neurodivergent to be antisocial. Personality traits are not all explained by neurodivergence. Hey, chat, can I get a round of beers for that Prime subscription? Grabbing sow bones. Actually, you. Give me some totems, please. There we go. Trade caravan has arrived. Steel bars. And they begun their construction. Using steel, stray sow bones, bitter orange wood, pigtail cloth, rough yellow jaspers, etc. Let's say queue up all these totems. Do I really not have any amulets? That's kind of wild. Giant opossum leather quivers, or the quivers that I have. Of all the bloody things those could be made out of. Giant opossum. Actually, let's say decorate with horn, decorate with tooth and ivory. Well, I really need more to sell than just this stuff, so sell the grates. They're not worth much. Just sell those mugs. Although we do actually have a decent amount of dwarves right now. We're not really starving for much. I'm your liaison from the mountains home, says Mistum. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. They've updated my maps, and I'm going to go check here under stone. We'll say coal. Once again, that's all I've been requesting, and that's all I'm going to be requesting. They want handwear next year. Maybe it'll be useful like a door. That'd be cool. Or even like a table. Just something that the dwarves can like look at and appreciate. Good news is I can afford the coal that they brought. I'm not going to be able to do too much of this. Let's grab some fish because I can. Let's not buy any of the cheese because that stuff's expensive. I will grab some of the cheaper alpaca wool for artifacts. Some of the silk. That's all that I can afford. And done. Have any dwarves that have been born recently? Yeah, I've got a dwarf named Firstborn who's been born recently. Why? Artifact child, this dwarf. Most recently born dwarf. Artifact hatch cover. I mean, it's an they're the artifact child because their father was making an artifact while they were born. That's where the name came from. Olin the Peasant has created Shongeb, a sandstone ring, and offers it to the Storm of Artifacts. I think that is going to be the mayor's artifact. The mayor of the fort gets the ring. It's the one ring to dwarf them all. And in dwarfness, dwarf them. And we'll examine it once the dwarf picks it up. This is a sandstone ring. All craftsdwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with bands of horsebone, bitter orange wood, and steel. This object is of course adorned with hanging rings of opal and menaces with spikes of sandstone, yellow jasper, and pigbone. On the item is an image of hazel trees in pigtail. Thank you very much for the, everybody who's tuning in today, chat. It really means a lot. I wouldn't have this job if people didn't watch. So thanks for watching. I appreciate you. It really does mean a lot. Just kind of a reminder / heads up to YouTube folks. Tuesday next week, I'm not going to be streaming on YouTube. I'm just going to be streaming on Twitch. And the reason for that is I have Twitch front page, so I just want to have my full focus on Twitch. I won't be streaming Dwarf Fort that day. It's just going to be various indie games that I'm interested in taking a look at. And it's going to be from 8 till 4. So it's going to be a solid 8-hour stream of me on front page. And I kind of want to just take advantage of that. Wednesday, we will be streaming Dwarf Fort again. We'll be continuing this fort. And hopefully over the weekend, I'll be able to get some work done on the next video. And for lack of a better term, where's the sentence I was going to say? Oh yeah, we'll probably start off with sulfur, by the way. Next, when I'm on front page. And what's the other thing I wanted to mention? There was another thing that's been sitting in my head. Oh yeah, sometime mid-November, probably not next week, probably the following week, I'm going to be doing some sort of marathon thing. And it's going to be Help Blind Get a Fucking Mortgage-a-thon. Or more of a Help Blind Get a Down Payment-a-thon. Because I'm trying to buy a place. Over your PC being in the shop, and this stream really helps. Happy to help, Eldridge. Happy to help. Fortunately, there's lots of streams live at all times, so, other people can help when I'm gone. Which sounds oddly ominous, but it's not. Alright. It's good to see my dwarves having their needs met. So what I'm trying to do here is I'm trying to build a chimney, per se. So floor bars. It's a wall grate, floor grate. So let's make rock grate. I don't generally make chimneys. Also, this dwarf's about to fall. Wonder how much damage they're about to take. None. Well, that's good. So this chimney is where I'm going to put my butcher shops. So just in case I butcher too much and it starts to rot and smell bad, we'll have a chimney. To vent smells out, mostly. Except this. No. I'd like to get that one up there done first. What is front page? It basically means when you open up Twitch, you're going to see my dumb face right away on the front of the website. Essentially, it means I'm going to have anywhere from an extra 2,000 to 5,000 people watching at any given time. So instead of my normal, 200, it'll be several thousand. It's sort of like when a YouTube video gets promoted a whole bunch and the algorithm go burr, except it's a pre-planned, organized thing. Does smell travel on the z-axis? Yes. Smells go up. I probably won't move really fast, but I would like to have my full focus on one chat instead of two. What day is it again? Next Tuesday. It only happens like maybe once every other year for me, so it's not a super common thing. Although Twitch has changed a few things, making it much easier to get time on the front page, so here's hoping. But yeah, it's really just I want my full focus to be on the Twitch stream that day. That's all. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to real quick make a sandstone stockpile. Actually, yeah, we'll just do that. Just a other stone stockpile. Algorithm chugga away, Eldritch. Which has actually been happening a little bit to some of my YouTube videos recently, which has been fun to watch. Like the I followed one dwarf for 10 years video is performing better now than it did the week it came out, which is hysterical in a weird way, but also really nice to see. Also, we're about to get hit by ads, so I'm just going to pause. And thanks to Percuss on Twitch. Well, there you go. You enjoy them? They're a shit ton of work. And a little bit frustrating right now because I think people want them faster than I can feasibly make them. But as long as people are okay with waiting a little bit in between videos, like, they're fun to make. So I do enjoy the process of making them, although I need to figure out how to do it in a less exhausting way, I guess. And ideally by next week, streams will be back to their normal length, because I should be through this cold by then. So we can go back to the normal, like, Tuesday through Friday streams, instead of, like, just Tuesday, didn't stream Wednesday, or, no, Tuesday barely streamed Wednesday, Thursday didn't stream, Friday now I'm streaming, and I'm mostly better at this point, although I should probably take another cough drop. Like yesterday? No, it's getting seen by more people who've never seen my YouTube channel before than it did the week it came out, so. Can definitely hear it in my voice? Yeah, no, I definitely. You should have heard me, like, on Wednesday. Like, I just kind of fell apart like this. And I've had people asking me if I have a new mic. And I do that. It's not pleasant. There's situations where it can be like a positive Ashrock. But yeah, unless you're making shorts, you don't need stuff to come out daily. The issue is you need your stuff that isn't coming out daily to get viewed enough that it's worth doing in that format. Actually, let's just do it this way. Holy shit! Dude! That's more than a little contribution. Thanks for 10 bucks.
Dad cheered. X1000. My little contribution for your great content, bro.
Don't underestimate your contribution. Thanks for helping keep this channel funded. Chat, can I get a round of beers? 10 bucks in the chat room. Means a lot, dude. Thanks. We just watched my 10-year vid. It's pretty entertaining. Well, if you liked it, you might like the other two that I've done like that. Technically 3, although one of them is very short. Let's just say pig iron. Let's make 10 of that. Well, Dwarf Fortress has this thing that lets you see multiple Z levels at once. I think it looks really pretty. So I like digging these random channels because I think they look pretty. That's the extent of the logic there. There is no more logic outside of I think it looks cool. It's literally all it is it lets us see down a layer and see what's going on below. Isn't it kind of cool to see the dwarves running around off in the distance down below? I just think it looks cool. Plus it adds some necessary fun / danger to the fort. This is quite the busy little tavern. Yeah, I like forts with a little bit of verticality to them. One Z level, a dwarf is very unlikely to fall and get hurt. Maybe 10 or 5 Z levels, they'll start getting hurt. But one individual Z level, nah, they're fine. Well, hopefully you let your dwarves have underwear if they have to wear a dress. Or if a dwarf prefers to wear a dress, hopefully that you let them have underwear then. Because if you're just making, glass everywhere, then might be awkward if you're looking up. Be like having glass floor and everybody wears kilts. It's okay. Half of the criminals show up bare naked. We're used to it. Totally. To me, it's just like a funny thought experiment. That's all. It's like are you aware that your dwarves are running around with no underwear on and everybody's looking up all the time? It's just, I don't know. It's funny to say out loud and think about. That's about it. At least I think it's funny because I have the humor of a child. It's time to start prepping for a reservoir because of our population count. Here's hoping I don't run into a aquifer, but if I do, that's fine too. Just be a little bit annoying. Well, actually, maybe it won't. I wonder now, do aquifers affect the amount of pressure you can get in a region? I don't think so, but maybe. I once had a dwarf fall 15 Z levels through 15 floors, and they walked away with just bruises. So, you know, a lot of things can happen. This up here is going to be furniture storage, because this right here is going to be where all of my mason shops are going to go. Drop items they haul while traveling up and down a ramp. They can slip. So, liquids in Dwarf Fortress contaminate things. If ramps have liquids on them, dwarves can slip. I think it depends on their spatial sense. Like, I'm pretty sure it's a learned skill, but yeah, dwarves can trip and fall. Also, sometimes they'll cancel a job to go do something else. So if they're hauling a piece of clothing or something, or any item, and that job gets canceled because they get thirsty or something, they will just drop it wherever they happen to be. So that's more of a correlation, not causation possibility. Curious how good of a hammer dwarf this dwarf is. They're just a legendary observer. Novice hammer dwarf. It is a very happy fort right now. I mean, it's not perfect. We've still got some dwarves without bedrooms. But it is getting there, yeah. Although nothing particularly horrible has happened just yet, so that's definitely got something to do with it. I once had a dwarf die because a sock hit them in the head, but Camel Brain is somehow funnier than that by a lot. That's really funny. Like, genuinely, that is hysterical, man. Like, I'm sorry for that poor dwarf, but, like, jeez, that is funny. Also, Rith has given birth to a baby boy. Yep, we do in fact have a brand new baby boy. I mean, here. Hey, Chad. Can we name Mistovoy Volkodov? Also, some migrants have arrived. Yes or no? It's up to you guys, chat. Because they would like to be that new baby. Just Volkodov? Okay. Not a huge migrant wave, but also not a small one. Is that what their name means? Boom Boom? It's kind of funny. Okay, so this is an aquifer. So I'm just going to take that as a yes. Hull sculpted. Is now Saigon. And they say he exhibits a refined politeness and is determined to keep the guiding rules of etiquette and decorum, as if life itself depended on it. He dislikes obligations and will try to avoid being bound by them, though he is often conflicted by this for more than one reason. He doesn't often feel envious of others and often acts with compassion. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments and doesn't focus on material goods, occasionally overindulges, and generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He prefers to present himself modestly and is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess. He is very humble and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Shakes his finger up and down when he's excited and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of crafting a masterwork. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally finds leisure time to be wasteful and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions because he's a baby and doesn't know what that means. He likes dolomite, brass, and onyx, and oak wood, as well as green glass shields and goblets, and the sound of the gem of silver, and when possible prefers to consume hake and dwarven rum, as well as pearl mullet flour, and absolutely can't stand bark scorpions. His mom and dad are Volbok and Vabok and Rith, and he's got quite the family, including an older brother, and an aunt and an uncle that both live in the fort, and worships a god that I don't recognize named Dishmas the Balevikist, who is our pirate sounds. The god of earth and marriage. Welcome to the fort. You didn't know that scorpions can bark? Clearly you haven't owned any scorpion puppers in your life then. Because, oh baby, trust me, they can bark. Wait until you discover the secrets of quack scorpions. Truly horrifying. Bunch of quacks they are. So I'm pretty sure that's also an aquifer. Well, that's quake. I would say quake is different than quack, but what do I know? The English language is a muddled mess of confuddling problems. All right, so this up here, I'm just going to smooth it because it's not really meant to be a place that dwarves spend time in. And this is just going to be for finished goods? No, furniture and no ammo. just furniture. And I'm going to go to here, and I'm going to remove furniture. Oops. Except for siege ammo. Then down here, I can nuke that, get rid of that. Down here, I can nuke that, get rid of that. Get down here, I can nuke this, get rid of that. Over here, I can get rid of this. Can also move this. We're actually finally cleaning this area out. It's glorious. These can also go. And I'm also going to go into here. I'm gonna go to brew drink, which is currently set to 100. Let's do 350. If amount of drinks is less than 100. I'm sorry, but isn't quacked the past tense of quack? Like, I may be mistaken, but... Are you telling me that's a fact, Keyfry? This is a completely random, no context, has nothing to do with anything with this stream today statement, but, yo, has anybody listened to the new single from King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard? Because they suddenly decided that jazz fusion is cool, and it makes me so fucking happy. Aye, once the duck quoked. Nope, doesn't work. Sorry. Just remember that when the forgotten beast that looks like a giant duck arrives, someone has to scream, release the quacking. That's it. Ah, man. Just realized that I kind of screwed up with these wheelbarrows a lot. There shouldn't be any wheelbarrows in these. But there is. Also, chat. Redemptions for dwarves are open. Man, I could have done that from this layer. Oh well. Alright, so let's just pause this for a second. Jump up here. Okay, it works.
Crypt beer.
Tobes. Thank you so much for keeping that sub alive for as long as you have. It really does mean a lot. Chat room, can I get a big round of beers? For Tobes continuing to support the stream. There's a single tile of water above this that's canceling this. I'd swear I just saw a tooth go flying, but I'm pretty sure it was just a mother carrying a baby. Also, Havoc. Why you gotta be this way, man? You have one very simple job. Don't get stuck on the wrong side of the cliff. And you failed it. Sweet. The dwarf that built that wall there didn't fail it. Which is my favorite Gizzard album? Ooh, that's hard. That is hard. If we're just saying all-around favorite album, probably Nonagon Infinity, followed by Flying Microtonal Banana. But I really like KGLW, which I count as one, even though they're two. And Flight something whatever the fuck be is good. I also really like, you know, Petrol Dragonic Apocalypse. Why did you do that, Dwarf? These dwarves are making me lose brain cells. I can't get any dumber. My choice? Shenryon, what kind of dwarf would you like? Or are you telling me to pick somebody from chat? Or are you telling me to pick a dwarf for you? I guess is the question.
It's been much too long since I've caught a stream.
Proxo, what up, dude? Thanks for the second month. I don't know how much longer I'll be on today, but I do appreciate you. Thanks for the prime. We'll be on significantly longer again starting next week. I'm still nursing this cold, and I don't want to overdo it. But if you're telling me to pick a dwarf for you, okay. How about this one? She considers spending time alone. Wow. Burps. She considers spending time alone much more important than associating with others. She likes to take it easy and prefers to present herself modestly. She is assertive and she has a friendly individual. She often feels lustful and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. She tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will naturally be the one that comes to pass. She likes a little excitement now and then, and she gnaws her lips when she's annoyed. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees power over others as something to strive for and respects perseverance. She likes mudstone, fine pewter, and turquoise, and maces, and backpacks, and earrings, and spiked balls, and the sound of the gem of silver, and the sight of the scarlet emerald, and when possible prefers to consume cuttlefish and moghopper, and dwarven wine, and absolutely hates slugs. Knows a lot of poems and musical styles, so she's very knowledgeable for a child. She's already an adequate weaponsmith and isn't even an adult yet. Her mother and father are probably very proud because they are both, in fact, doing those things. Yeah, it's just a cold. It's nothing life-shattering, but having type 1 diabetes means that it doesn't matter what illness you get, it'll hit you harder than it should. So, I was bedridden yesterday, but like day before I was kind of okay for half of it, and then my voice just went bleh at a point. And the first day I had a splitting headache, but that's thankfully gone away. She likes mudstone and fine pewter and turquoise maces and backpacks, earrings and spiked balls. I already read that. Hates slugs. Keep going and never quit, she says. Good advice. She has poor social awareness and is impatient. Is a loner, but values power. Kind of a neat dwarf. And has modest quarters. Welcome to the fort, dwarf. But yeah, if I sound different, it's because I've got a bit of a cold. But as I said, nothing life-shattering. I will be fine. Yeah, that'll do. Everybody sounds cool. Yesterday, or 2 days ago, I keep saying yesterday because like yesterday didn't exist and I keep thinking of yesterday as Wednesday. On Wednesday, I could do a really good "Arr, matey," but that was like the only real benefit of it. I could do a real good. I'd be set if it was Talk Like a Pirate Day, which it wasn't. But oh shit, we're in an ad. I'll pause. Have you planned your defense system? That's what I'm doing right now. We're going to drown the enemy because there's no necromancy in this world. Drowning the enemy is a valuable thing. And we're currently far enough away from them that they're probably not going to attack us for a little bit yet, unless I try and intentionally, like, aggro them, which I'm trying to not do. So, yeah. Is that really the... I like that you just knew what day of the year Talk Like a Pirate Day was off the top, like just off of your off the top of your head. Like you just knew that. You had that like locked, loaded, and ready to go. I respect it, man. I do respect it. I mean, here's the thing, unemployed Shaku. In order to cause necromancy to happen in this world, I would have to acquire a slab and then read the secrets of life and death in adventure mode and then write a book about it in adventure mode for that to actually happen. And I'm kind of okay with it. It's actually kind of nice to have a world without necromancy for once. Just because nobody discovered it and the humans who usually start it died within 50 years of the world starting. So there actually is no necromancy in this world. Oh, again? God damn it. Hello, Alan. Good afternoon. I'm also going to build a flat drawbridge over to here. And queue up 10 rock mechanisms. Because I'm presuming I still have a mechanic shop. I don't. And Onal, the weaponsmith, has begun a strange mood. The strangest mood. Any bets on what this dwarf makes? They're already focused. That's a good sign. Oh no. Claimed pig iron bars. Why? Am I going to get my first pig iron weapon? It's highly possible, if not probable. You know, whenever I ask this question, it really makes it very clear how few people know how this mechanic works. The were-camel Stozu has arrived, and this is terrible news because I have no way of keeping it out. It is crazed for flesh and blood, and its eyes glow amber. Its black hair is very curly. You will know why you fear the night. Ah, okay. You may want to look up. Also, I'm pretty sure that's the same, critter that attacked us the first time. So that's terrible. Please pull lever. Okay, so that's going to close the front door, hopefully. And it's chasing my livestock. It killed a goat. Rest in pieces, goatkin. It killed a turkey. Fortunately, the turkey led it very far away. So maybe it'll just become a goblin again? Whew. It did. I will tell my soldiers to kill it, although I don't think they'll get there in time. Yeah, it'll make it off the map. That is the second time that creature's attacked us. Ay, 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 ay. Oh, man. Well, that's unfortunate. That's very unfortunate. Return of the were-camel? Yeah, it attacked us twice. Son of a... goblin. Let's unforbid this, unforbid this, unforbid this, and unforbid this. And go... oh, actually, I see the problem. Let's open this. Maybe I can butcher them. Just need that. Okay, lever's been pulled. Are you sure I can't butcher these animals? Darn. Once they cease being a werebeast, yes. So when they're in, like, living critter form, then yes. But not when they're in, non-living critter form. Or not when they're when they're in their true form, not the were creature form. That's what I'm trying to say. Why are we yelling Tarn? It just means the bodies are mutilated. If they weren't mutilated, we'd totally be able to use them. Unless Tarn updated the game or something. I don't know why you're yelling at Tarn. No, I'm not going to blame Tarn for the game working as intended. I shout Tarn when game's not working as intended. Obvious, wild, crazy, stupid, silly bug is when you shout Tarn. How big is this embark? Default size, I think. Yes, default size. So, 4x4. All right, so they've grabbed pig iron, stragiac calf bone, cashew wood logs, and bloodstones. This is the first non-steel artifact made of metal I've had, which is kind of nuts. But, you know, here we are. Here we are. This is going to be a temporary lever, but I'm just going to plop it over here so that I can connect a lever to this, just to make the process of building this faster. You can see the chunk borders of the map on the map here. They're 1/16 of the map. Well, there you go. But yeah, you are correct. These dwarves really like warhammers. It's a shame I don't have silver. The weaponsmith has created Etest, a pig iron warhammer, and offers it to the Storm of Artifacts. Our third hammer dwarf, this one being ice blue, gets to equip. A warhammer. Let's see what it looks like. Probably just need to wait for it to become available, because it's likely it's getting called. Yeah, it is. So now that you have it, this is a pig iron warhammer. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It menaces with spikes of cashew wood. On the item is an image of Bur Hore Hex, the goblin in iron. Bur Hore Hex is traveling. The artwork relates to the wandering of the goblin Bur in the true plains in the 761. On the item is an image of High Tempt the Truthful Growl, the green glass grate in Yakbone. On the item is an image of Ransack Mine, the diorite cabinet in Bloodstone. All right, so if you can't tell, my voice is starting to go a little bit, and I don't want to lose my voice again. So we've been live for just over 6 hours, which admittedly is very short for me, but that's just kind of been the way of this week, considering I'm dealing with this cold. If we zoom out a little bit, we've made a lot of great progress, though. We've got our kitchens more or less completed. We've got the beginnings of our water reservoir setup worked on quite nicely. We do need to pump water down and into here from up top here. So we'll have to get to that eventually. Oh, I see why this stopped working. It's because I deleted the stairs. I'm smart. What are you blocked by? Oh, I see the problem here. Anyway, so we have made some pretty damn good progress so far today. And we've improved the number of bedrooms. We still need more. We've got our tavern set up. We've got more minecart routes set up, bringing up barrels of things. We've got another minecart route up here, bringing up rock salt. We've actually properly reorganized some of our workshops out of this central zone, so I'll be able to just pave this. I just want this to be a huge open paved area with nothing really in it. That's kind of my goal for it. This is going to end up being the front door. It's probably going to go straight through this way to around here. And maybe we'll go underground. I'm not sure. This is going to be full of water and then connect to this here. There will be a drawbridge across this at some point, which will get opened and closed. And when it's closed, we can then pull a lever here and drown a bunch of baddies, probably in an underground walkway around here somewhere, using this, which will be great. And yeah, I'm looking forward to it. This will be a fun fort. So all I have to say is, hey, chat, we're winding down now for the day. So what I'll say is, if you'd like to say goodbye, YouTube, or just goodbye to the VOD watchers, you can do that right now. Of course, the next stream will be Tuesday next week, and I will not be streaming on YouTube. Just a reminder to the YouTube folks. but I will be streaming on Twitch. We'll be on the front page of Twitch. There's going to be a bunch of variety of indie games that I've been wanting to get to, but just haven't had the chance to. So I'm using front page as an opportunity to do that. Promote some cool games that I think are worth watching that are up and coming or recently came out. Probably going to have a list of like 4 games that we'll play. But it's time for me to save and quit to the main menu. And that'll also give me some time to begin working on a video, hopefully. So maybe by this coming weekend, we'll have a video preview for you folks. By this coming weekend, I don't mean like tomorrow. I mean like the following weekend. Also, if you're subscribed to the blog and throwing money at it, keep an eye on it because there will be a post at some point over the weekend, probably close to Monday, with a bunch of detailed stats of how the recent video did and how the